we even with some price increases, I explained all of that and everything. So about 50 years.
is the call to order / roll call. Those supervisors that are present are Rich Rocco, Steve Kleinglass, Richard McCafferty, Ernest Booker, and Ken Smaha. On behalf of District Management, is myself, Belinda Blandon. District Council Andy Cohen is present. District Engineer Rick Schappager is present. Field Manager Keith Livermore is present. We also have Rudy Saratan from Vesta Property Services, as well as Chris Vigolini, Club Manager, present. And for the record, there are audience members present. The next item on the agenda, supervisors, is the Pledge of Allegiance. We ask that everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Kindly remove your hats.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Supervisors, the next item on the agenda is the public comment portion of the agenda. Ladies and
Belinda?
gentlemen,
Belinda, could I just get a minute before we get to public comment?
sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to use your microphone?
No, I can stand up. Some of you may be aware, but maybe others not. We have a property manager here. Her name is Melissa Asbell. Melissa is very sick. She's 32 years old. She has 3 young kids, and she's in a struggle. She's recently been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis after about 6 weeks of agonizing pain and testing, and she's currently in a hospital in Alabama. There's a GoFundMe page. I'm asking you to reach down deep, and the family can really, really use your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So moving forward with the public comment portion of the agenda, as a reminder, we are going to limit public comments to 3 minutes per person. Our first speaker is Jerry Lewis. Mr. Lewis?
Jerry, you don't think those people back there could be? I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could. It's more fun than mine.
Well, good morning, and I hope you are staying warm because winter has arrived in Southwest Florida for sure. But to move on to more important things, thank you to Rich and the board for recognizing and calling for some help for Melissa. She hasn't been in a struggle, and there is a GoFundMe page, as Rich mentioned. So I hope we get good support from this community for that effort. But on to business. First of all, I would like to tell you that the Comcast initiative, new installs, et cetera, has been going tremendously well. Round numbers, we have somewhere between 1,000 and 1,100 residents who have already either contacted Comcast for install, have been installed, and or it's only a billing adjustment that's required because they have the equipment. So hats off to the residents here for engaging as quickly as they have. And I would like to thank and recognize the bulk implementation team who really facilitated that connectivity with our friends at Comcast. Actually handling about 220 residents who had some challenges. So things aren't always easy, right? But we got them through. And again, thank you to the residents and the team. Last but not least, and I'm not sure who to reach out to on this, but within the contract, the Comcast contract, there is an ability for courtesy services, that being free. We like free. So we have an ability to put services here at the club for TVs. We have 10 outlets for that within the contract. And secondarily, we have capability of 4 internet services, including the gateways and all equipment for blast, or fast as they call it now, for 300 meg per gateway. I think it's Chris I work with, but if you could kind of guide me on that, I'd appreciate it. I should have more information this afternoon, as I have a conference call with Comcast scheduled. So can you point me in the right?
I think Chris would be a way to start, but also Keith would probably be somewhat involved with this.
Awesome.
I'm thinking. What do you think, Keith?
If it has to do with the gates.
Yeah, if it has to do with the gates and whatever,
Yep.
Jerry.
Okay.
And I think your
Thank you,
team did a great job, by the way.
Thank you. I'm done. Next.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy.
Hi, I'm Nancy Spakowski. I just had a brief statement. I just wanted to let everyone know we have a new director of tennis, pool, and fitness at the club here, Paul Varner, who's in the back. I'm the chair of the pool and fitness committee, and I just wanted to say and let everyone here know Paul is doing a fabulous job. We're really pleased with him. Things that sat on the docket for a year under prior management that were just sitting, not done. Paul jumped on. He's getting it done. He's a great hire. So
Warm welcome to Paul. And if you haven't had an opportunity to walk into the office and say hello and shake his hand, I encourage you to do that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyler Cassell.
Yes, good morning, everybody. And it is cold. I've been asking members of the audience where I can go get my refund for the cold weather. Nobody responded appropriately. My comments this morning, they're short, sweet. By the way, in case you haven't read the local papers, the Venice Gondolier reported that the city got the money for the new park on Laurel Road that they approved a month ago. I have a handout for the board members about that approval. And I have also a rendition of what the park layout will look like. It's going to have 9 pickleball courts, a dog park for those that want to unleash their dog, children's playground, a lake, a fitness trail, restrooms, parking for 45 cars. It's only half a mile down the street. So I think that's good news for us because it means, number one, we don't have to destroy our parking lot out here to build pickleball courts. Number two, we don't have to take 13 much needed spaces away from the tennis players that park there. And number three, we don't have to reconfigure the two stormwater drains out there, which present a huge construction problem. And we don't have to force unwanted pickleball game noise on the condo owners, or maybe have them be forced to sell their condo due to the noise and inconvenience. And we don't have to pit neighbor against neighbor anymore. The pickleball courts are a very divisive issue in this community. There's a lot of chatter out there about the missteps that the board is taking on this issue. And the best thing is we don't have to spend the money on the courts. The courts are free. We can use the money for much needed repairs that I hear at every CDD meeting that I've ever attended to. So the new park, I think, is a welcome answer to all of our problems. All those who want to play pickleball, they've got the park. Take your dogs down there. Save the money. Let's get back to a family in this community like we should be and like it was when I first came here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Thomaston. Mr. Thomaston?
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the POA, I wanted the Board of Supervisors to understand that at the present time, there's a lot of talk over the Milano POD and Mr. Neal's renditions of what's going on across the street from us. At the present time, the POA has decided to get as much information as we can on the project before moving forward with a decision on it. We've all read the information that's been put out, and we know that this is going to be a long procedure that has to go through all the hoops with the City Planning Commission and the City Council. So at the present time, we're just going to gain as much information as we can before we make a decision on it. At the present time, the POA has not received any notification of vacating the office spaces that we have at the Welcome Center right now. We are on a 30-day notice there with them, and we sincerely hope to continue to work with the supervisors in obtaining some space up here for our office to move into. And we certainly appreciate the Board of Supervisors working with us on that. the update on Melissa, for everyone else too, as of the weekend, she's probably going to continue to be in the hospital there at University of Alabama, Birmingham through this week. And then hopefully will be transferred back to a rehab center here. To say that it was a relief that she found out that she possibly was diagnosed with MS is a relief, although what she had before they weren't really sure of. So we would really your continued support would be greatly appreciated in regards to her and her family there. I want to shift my hat real quick now to a private homeowner here and let the Board of Supervisors know that a lot of folks really appreciated the Christmas decorations that the company you employed at the main gate, and they look great. We would like for you to consider next year lighting the remaining palm trees on the island that go up towards the main gate there, and make it a lighted entrance that you go all the way in, because everybody just thought that they were absolutely outstanding in the change that they made this year to it. It's a shame to know too, as a homeowner, that the current security company is not rebid for the contract here. A lot of folks there in their cadre had been here for a period of time, and I'm hoping that the new companies may have an opportunity to employ some of those too. But thank you very much.
Steve,
Yes, sir.
relative to the POA wanting space here in this building, do they also need storage space? Have I heard that? They have like 24 file cabinets that they want storage for?
We have a number of file cabinets because we have never been able to digitize stuff, that we do need space for that also. Now, we might be able to make arrangements otherwise, but once we get into the actual allotment of the space, we'll make it work one way or the other.
Right. The facilities committee is aware of that, Steve?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I heard that. I just want to make sure it was.
No, we appreciate it. Like I said, we understand it's a challenge on both sides, and we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop in regards to our notification to vacate the space.
Thank you.
Steve, just a comment on a couple of things that you said. The one that gets the credit for the extra decorations actually is Keith, because I think he twisted their arm a little bit after last year, and this year they stepped up. So we'll see what they can step up with next year, maybe
That
taller
would be
ladders.
great. Thank you, Keith.
But also, with regard to the expected takeover from Heritage, I had a very nice conversation with their membership director the other afternoon. I spoke about my position on the CDD. I spoke about wanting to play nicely together in the same sandbox, and he was completely open to all of that. In fact, he said, this is what Heritage wants to do. So they're, unless they're going to renovate that building immediately, I'm thinking that there may be some time. And as long as you're willing to stay there, you may not be pushed out as quickly as you think. Right?
Now, we're willing to stay there, even though, as we discussed with Mr. Kleinglass, it would be a big advantage for this community to have a one-stop location for everything that is involving in the community, both the POA and the CDD. Right. As you are well aware, and I'm sure Keith and everybody here is, that we get people every day and we send them up here, and in turn, you guys send them back down there. Yep. And I think it would be a big benefit, as we've discussed before, for a centralized location.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yeah. And the last thing I just want to mention, and as far as the proposal from Neil, I think as a resident, forget CDD, I think as a resident, somebody needs to take the temperature of this community and to see what the feeling is, because we can't simply go by the loudest voices. That may not represent what the community wants. I've heard traffic congestion, and I've heard, wow, this is going to be convenient. So I think there needs to be a survey of some sort taken, and I would think that's something that either the community association or the POA, or in conjunction maybe with us as well, should happen. We got to know what the people want.
Well, we don't either.
Yeah, I know. Nobody does.
Really don't, because people that I've talked to all the time, they're either for or against it. I have people say Why not put the traffic light at the corner of Jacaranda?
Right.
Why not move the entrance down?
Right.
Make sure they have an architectural design that's compatible with our design within our community. And some people say, I don't want it, period. But my own personal opinion is that Mr. Neal has a very good track record with the city, and he normally gets what he wants. That's-
All that is true, Steve.
Well,
But we need to know how the people feel.
Yeah, that's true.
well, we do, and to be honest with you, we're thinking about a couple of different ways to do that. A lot of times in the years that I've been here, community assessments like that through just a poll can be skewed either way, right or wrong questions. And but we'll look into it and let you know.
It is an agenda item today that we're going
Yes.
to briefly discuss as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, Steve.
Before you go, we do have a contractor that we have some faith in that should this need to be done here, we think that can happen.
That's great. Thank you very much, Steve.
We may not like the price, but we have a contractor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Pizarro. Joe?
I got my 3 minutes here just so I don't run over. I don't think I will. Good morning, Jill Pizarro from 161 Portofino. Just two quick things since we're already talking about the Neal situation. I wanted to just quickly mention, I kind of see it as two things. We'll probably have a lot of opinions on what goes in there. And I think that will hopefully be revealed in a survey that gets done. But I do think that we all need to think about how we protect our community, because Mr. Neal does get what he wants. So, we need to think about it. And I think, frankly, Pat has an attorney, and I think we need an attorney. So whichever of the entities within Venetian represents us in this, I do think we need an attorney. Because I think we need one set of messages, and I think we need one plan to protect the community, which will need to happen regardless of whether or not it's determined that the majority of residents are in favor of the development or against the development. My personal opinion is that the entity in here that has official agency is the POA. It's the only entity in here for which every home has the ability to vote for the officers. That's not true for the CDD board, in case y'all didn't know that. And although they do a fabulous job, the community association is volunteer, and they represent about 63% of the homes. So personally, I think it's the POA. So anyway, enough said about that. Moving on to Vesta, I really appreciated the remarks that Nancy made about Paul Varner, our hire for tennis and fitness. And I also want to say I do appreciate the efforts of Rudy Suratan and folks from Vesta, including our staff. I will say, at least in my observation, I'm not at the River Club a lot, but I do think that Vesta has been here on a frequent basis, probably in 1 month, spending more time than Icon spent in all the years that they had our contract. I think I can also say, as a former chair of the former recreation committee, which represented all the sports, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of the facilities committee, but frankly, we had, as you all know, because you got the complaints, we had some dysfunctional areas, and we spent a lot of time, and I bet you spent way more time on those dysfunctional areas, which included tennis, as we all know, and frankly, I would say care and maintenance of the building. So, we may have some differing views on how the change was effectuated, but I hope most of us agree anyway that something had to change. And so I'm feeling optimistic about what's been done. And I want to say thank you to Rudy, but also to all the staff members who we have. So I think I just finished my 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
There being no further speakers signed in, we're going to close our public comment at this time and move forward with our agenda.
Belinda?
I did forget to come over there, but I do have some comments.
Sure, you can approach it and sign in, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My name is Arnold Weitzman, 118 Bella Vista Terrace, Unit C. I have a couple of comments. One of them has to do with the tennis. Oh, I need the mic? Can
Yes.
everyone hear me without the mic?
No.
No? Okay, can you hear me now? Okay.
Before you start, Mr. Weitzman, is there anybody else that did not sign in that intends to provide public comment today? If you did not sign in and you'd like to speak, now is the time to approach. Go ahead, Mr.
Sorry
Weitzman, thank you.
about that.
No, it's okay.
Didn't know the rules too much.
It's okay.
One comment about tennis is I'm a little disappointed in the not reestablishing the contract for one of the children coaches that was here. I believe he is an excellent coach and did a very good job in training younger people. And I would support the CDD in going forward with giving him an opportunity to come back in here and train young tennis players. I'm not saying that the coaches that they have here now are not good, but I think for that one particular thing, you should allow him to come in and coach. He used to coach the summer leagues and all that, and I think you should reconsider letting him come back in here. I've seen an enormous difference in my grandson with just one lesson with him, and I have not seen that from other coaches. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I'm a civil engineer, and with 45 years of experience, and I do have a lot of experience in rejuvenating products. And I would have to tell you, and I know Jerry has mentioned to you, there are some issue with coal tar rejuvenating products. They are banned in 18 states because they're a hazardous material. So when you go forward, you should consider that if you're going to use the product, don't use a coal tar product. Second thing is there is a significant issue with tracking of rejuvenating products. When I was in another community in the inlets, we had that issue. And a lot of owners had to put down sand on their driveways to prevent the tracking. Even after 24 to 48 hours, it still tracks quite a bit. So if you notice right next door, they did rejuvenating, and they had to keep the owners out for 24 to 48 hours, and they still have issues. So it is a good product. It does work if you apply it correctly and within the time frame, because if you put it down too late in the life cycle of the pavement, you're wasting your money. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Weitzman.
you. Okay, so we're going to close out public comment at this time and move forward with the district engineer staff report. Rick, do you need me to open up the line now, Rick, or in a little bit?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Package, but thank you. This is
Welcome to the Nextiva collaboration system. Please enter a conference ID.
Thank
You will now be placed into the conference. Press star for help.
What I just passed out was the most up-to-date roadway lifespan map. We were out here in the last 2 weeks or so. We looked at all of the roads. So I just wanted the board to have the most latest info. I think I sent it to you all by PDF, but I wanted to send you out or give you the hard copy also, is it's going to be relative to what we're about to talk about here now with the road rejuvenation. We got 2 bids on the road rejuvenation. Pavement Technology come in at $170,350. Total the asphalt come in at $323,665. The total asphalt bid would be reduced to $281,000 if we did the work by March 31st. The currently Pavement Technology, they've got the product that is being used on the city of Venice streets. And Total Asphalt has submitted on an alternate product. Back when we first had the hydraulic spills, this is something fairly new to me, because in all of my communities, I have never used a road rejuvenator, not at all. But seeing the effects of the oil, we need to do something. When we were just out here, when we looked, and definitely we need to do something. So I first of all reached out to Jeff Markle, who is here in attendance with the Total Asphalt, just because I'm trying to understand what we could do, what product we could utilize. The product they used at Willow Chase, I was not sold on that at all. Just as the gentleman mentioned, that product, it tracked really bad. So I wasn't sold on a product like that. So I was trying to get as much information as I could to figure out what's a good product that's going to work for us. Jerry Jasper, he was the one that actually sent me the documents from the city about the product that they have, and I reached out to the city engineer, talked to her. So that's kind of what we had done. So the specifications that I put together was actually the product that the Pavement Technology submitted on. Both the products should give you approximately 5 years of life for each application. What we're going to do is have a presentation. Total Asphalt is here. Ken Holton with the Pavement Technology. He was recently exposed, so he didn't want to come in, but he should be on the line. Belinda, could you verify that Ken is on the line?
Ken, good morning. Are you with us? I don't see him in the room.
Yes, I am online.
Okay. So I guess at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Total Asphalt. We've got a presentation to go through.
Everyone hear me okay? Great. Hi, I'm Jeff Markell. I'm with Total Asphalt Technology. We're a 30-year-old
gotta keep the mic closer.
preservation company based out of York, Pennsylvania. That's all we do, preserve asphalt. We don't lay it, we don't repair it. But what we will do is provide you a much stronger value for the life cycle of your roadway. There are, just like every other industry, a lot of things to select from. And the purpose and intent of coming down today was to just be briefly educational. I could have put together 35-minute presentation to watch eyes droop and figured that probably wouldn't be the most appropriate thing. You've got a great engineer on your hand with Rick, and we want to act in concert with him and ensuring that you understand, just as a gentleman mentioned earlier, there's a lot of different rejuvenating products in the marketplace. There's good, better, best. I think we're best, and I might be slightly partial. But let me explain why. Briefly, I've brought along with me Brian Finnell, who heads up our sister company, Aztec Asphalt. They actually manufacture and produce our Veritas Green, which is a bio-based green rejuvenator, which has the strongest rejuvenating characteristics in the industry. And that is rhetorical data that has been shown and proven by an industry leader called NCAT, which is the University of Auburn. They're respected as an industry benchmark of testing. I believe there's 34 different states that currently recognize through their DOTs NCAT studies, in which their entire function in life is to study and come up with the most appropriate way to extend your roadway. So that's a lot of talk, isn't it? What does it really mean? It means we're spending a lot of money to put a lot of different treatments on road surfaces to indicate a good, better, best standard, and what's the most practical way for communities, municipalities, state DOTs, federal DOTs to get the strongest value out of their dollars spent through extending the roadway's life. We go to the dentist to get our teeth preserved. We go to an automotive shop to have our oil changed, to get our engines refurbished and extended in life, and the same is true with our roadway. Refined coal tars have been banned in several states. I do not believe that's even an issue that's on the table here in the RFP that I noticed. I would just say this, that there are very few green products in the industry today. And we chose as a company, after being a refined coal tar applicator, to ensure our future by going green. There are a lot of different components that go into a rejuvenator, some of them petroleum-based, some of them a sustainable pine-based. That's what we are. We have a 5-year product warranty that's based on performance. That performance value is the strongest in the industry. I'd like you to ask other products that you're considering what their product warranties are and what it is their warranty exactly provides you. I'm going to turn this over for Brian, who's going to probably talk a little more technical and explain where we fall into the best.
Thank you, Jeff. So Jeff briefly mentioned that the independent study that's in front of you was conducted by Auburn University. There's a track at Auburn University, and their sole purpose is to look at products, I think, for about 32 or 34 states around the nation. They test them under 156,000-pound trucks that are run in 2 shifts on this oval style track for 3 years. And what that simulates is 10 years of life of an asphalt pavement. My position in the company, in the industry, is primarily heavy highway construction. I've been in it for 30 years. I live in Broward County, Fort Lauderdale, and I've focused the last decade of my life to look for one preservation tool that I could stand behind, sign a warranty behind, and tell people with open eyes and an open heart, because a great product will give you the life that it's tied to financially. So when you look at other products, I ask you to look, as Jeff did, look at 2 things. The economics of it, certainly there's a difference, certainly there's a difference in price that's before you, but 2 of our applications with our 5-year warranty may replicate 3 applications from another competitor. And that's when price changes over time. The second portion of that is a part of the independent study that's in front of you. They looked very dearly at what are the top products out of 7. I think there's a competitor here that's in the middle category of those 7. But the compelling information that's here from this report is a 1-to-1 ratio of water to their product. Our product uses 10% water, besides the residual amount of water that's left with the polymer and the bio-based rejuvenator. And why is that? We looked at, and I don't want to belabor this to death, but we looked at for almost a decade, what in the industry could we use? And we went straight to the best that was there, a company by the name of Kraton Polymers. We took their bio-based rejuvenator that's used in nutraceuticals, tire compounds for cars, and a variety of other products that are safe, including glues for freezer bags. And we used one of those products to make it safe for the environment out here so that our SDS, or our material safety data sheets, could read one thing. It's safe to have your children on top of it. It's safe for the runoff of water, which we have a ton of here in Florida. I don't have to describe to you here, but our summers are all rain. And my position has always been, find the best product that doesn't have any more impediment or any more impairment to the runoff that ends up in all of our canals and detention ponds. Again, I could go on and on and on. We've left the CDO, we left you gentlemen and ladies with data that goes back to 2019. Our product was designed and is on the track today for this next cycle, but it was designed to be better than all of the products that you see before you. The reason we give you a 5-year warranty and we stand behind it for the last 30 years with other products, but the reason we do that is because we believe wholeheartedly in what we do, and I hope you'll consider that as the superior positioning when you look at both of these proposals. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Brian. I'm Rich Bracco. We have a lot of, I would say, aesthetic cracking on the roads.
Yes.
Will your product fill those cracks?
You're not going to be able to fill cracks that are less than what's called micro cracking.
Okay.
They should be filled with a proper crack sealant.
Okay.
And I love the fact that the gentleman here, who was a civil engineer and what for a period of his career or for his entire career, talked about coal tar-based products, because you can use coal tar-based products or even other type of petroleum or hydrocarbon-based products to fill those cracks. A proper crack sealing should be used first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question. 11 miles or so of roads within this community, as you well know.
Yes.
We have several miles of these roads that have been somewhat compromised by either diesel fuel
Yes.
or hydraulic fluid.
Yes.
How does your product adhere to those types of things? Because it's in the roadway. It may have bleached out, but it's still there.
Right. Great question. Without getting into the weeds on that, so our product is 100% miscible with asphalt, all asphalts, not just one or two. These aren't can give you and bury you with a bunch of independent studies, but what's really important to note is the bio-based rejuvenator that's in our product attacks two things, asphaltenes and maltenes. It is not a maltene replacement. It doesn't add to. Maltenes and asphaltenes together as a network, just to give you a generic version of it, together as a network, as the UV light, oxidation, and traffic hit a roadway, it dries or oxidizes that roadway. You see it almost immediately. It turns gray. We see it in Florida in more of an accelerated version. The bio-based rejuvenator looks at only interrupting that network of asphaltenes and maltenes and makes them more free-flowing and loose and softens them. So it softens the environment. So when we heard from Rich that there was an issue or potential issue with oils or hydraulic oils that was out here, what I said to them was, make sure whatever we're competing against is disrupting the network of the asphaltenes and maltenes that cause oxidation. You have in some cases, and I've driven around here, you have something that's a little worse than that. You want to make sure you don't have the other effect, which is raveling. The stones start to come out of the asphalt. Right. And that type of deterioration is also addressed by our rejuvenator. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
We show it under a microscope, and we can certainly talk to it at great length. Yes, sir.
I noticed on your, I think I'm reading this right on your bid. If we were to do the work by the end of March, there's like a $42,000 reduction.
Yeah, and I think it even went further than that. I think there's a bigger reduction for February. Did you have it here?
That's today's.
Yeah.
In February, we are able, if we can get in and out, and that's where we're a mobilized business, so timing is everything. So for us, being a Pennsylvania-based firm, to be in and out by the end of February will allow us flexibility in our pricing to lower our price per square yard by 15 cents, which would be roughly $1.50 a square yard. If we multiply that out times the 2 of the 170,000 that you're at, I believe we will be right in the $500,000 figure that you'd be looking at, maybe slightly higher. But to answer your question, we're a little higher, but the reason we're higher is we think we have a compelling product and a compelling story, which provides you a stronger value. Not only are we going to help mitigate the hydraulics that are in the roads, and by the way, I took a look at those 2 years ago, we're also going to seal the top surface with an acrylic modifier that's in our product, which is going to not only help you with a lack of, or the movement of that hydraulics, it's going to seal the surface for UV, of course, and it's also going to mitigate a lot of your hairline cracking that you're asking about as well. Just roughly, briefly here.
Jeff, could you go over those numbers again? Because
Yeah, I'm right.
I'm looking at
Right.
323.
It'd be 255.
Yeah.
In February?
Yeah,
in
255,
February.
525.
Keep in mind, we're a 5-year product warranty. So that would only need 2 treatments for the next 10 years. You're roughly at 510.
So you're guaranteeing the price on the second treatment? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
During the application of your product, what are the restrictions to the residents?
Great question. One of the benefits that we offer and provide is a very quick dry time. Our logistics, we're set up to do HOA communities. And what I mean by that is we're not designed to go out to municipalities and handle highway construction. We don't have a sand course that needs to go down. We spray our product. The atmosphere is going to dry that product anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the relative humidity. We'll do one side of your road, so the residents will have access. We'll have about a 10-minute tack time. It's a clear product that allows residents to actually cross, we prefer them not to, of course, over any recently treated area. I would expect a downtime of about an hour. We'll ask the sprinklers to be shut off, and we'll ask that heavy equipment kind of stay off the road for 48 hours.
But what about the residents' cars? As the gentleman indicated earlier, that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Tracking is not going to be an issue with a clear product. And if it does get on anyone's vehicles, it's simple as basically rinsing it off. Am I hitting your point that you're asking?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So it's not going to change the color of the road?
It'll look wet for, could be as much as 4 months. Could be as little as 2. Just really depends on the time of year that we're doing the application. But again, there's not going to be a sand course that's going to be installed. It's going to look milky and clear when it first goes down, and then it's going to evolve into kind of like a rained-on appearance road. I have slides that can show.
Somewhat similar to sealing paver stones, right, in a sense?
That's a good way to look at it, yes.
Okay. What other communities have you done in this area?
In this area, the closest I could point to is going to be the TBC in Treviso Bay. We just got off site at Pembroke Fairways. It's a 170,000 square yard project up in Leesburg, Florida. Prior to that, we did 32 miles up in the plantation of Leesburg. Frenchman's Reserve is a community that we did over in West Palm Beach. And we've done, in the last 30 years, over 2 billion square yards of preventative asphalt treatment. Yes.
I've got a question. You keep talking about rejuvenation.
Correct.
Does this product really rejuvenate the asphalt? Or
It does.
How does it do that?
I'll let Brian step on that.
So you can measure rejuvenation through what's determined to be rheological properties in asphalt.
Now, give us the.
Okay, here's the basics.
Yeah.
You can measure viscosity up. So asphalt hardens over time.
Right.
You see it becomes gray and oxidized. You add our product that's in as a constituent in this total composition, attacks the bitumen and softens it. So it allows the elastic or elastomeric properties to be restored to the top 3/8 of an inch.
Okay, so you're not just sealing the roadway.
No, it's basically a two-component system. You have a bio-based rejuvenator
It goes down.
that goes down in it, and when I say two, it's already in one component.
Okay.
It's placed in it, and also there's two components to it: the rejuvenator and a polymer, and that polymer is the sealing portion of it.
But it's one application.
It's a single application.
And in that rejuvenator, you'll have, the rejuvenator is actually a penetrating rejuvenator, so it's going to rejuvenate anywhere from 3/8 to a 1/2 inch on your top roadway surface, which is the most important component of your roadway because that's what's absorbing the UV sun, which is the biggest component of oxidization of your roadway, as well as the traffic load.
Okay.
So that's where we want to
So
concentrate.
you put this down. If the life expectancy of the road is 5 years, after you put your product down, what's the life expectancy?
Well, we're going to provide you a 5-year warranty. And really, that comes down to condition, not the age of the asphalt, but the condition of the existing asphalt. Ideally, we're not going to want to look at doing 23-year-old asphalt. Our wheelhouse of ages that we're seeing that's most appropriate for the product can be anywhere from 2 years to 15. Just again, it goes back to the general condition of the roadway. And your roadways out here, I'd say 80 to 85% of them are perfect candidates for a rejuvenation product to be installed on it.
The direct answer is you're extending the life for a minimum of 5 years, and that's why we put a piece of paper in front of you with a warranty.
In the 5 years is labor and material?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This is how it works. If it doesn't show a baseline reduction of viscosity in year 5, we will reapply our product for free. So that's where we really stand out above the rest.
So that's what the warranty is?
Yes.
That's a simplified way of it, yes.
And you're comparing that viscosity to what it is today?
The baseline of what we'll pull from the day that we're out doing. We're going to conduct 2 cores, one at the beginning of the project and one at probably year 4.5, 4 3/4. Do a baseline comparison and make sure we have a percentage of viscosity change that we listed in the warranty. So in other words, we're continuing to provide you a soft, more life cycled roadway back when it was originally installed.
Which of these products is yours?
We're above it. We're the category above A. We're on the track now. The study that you have in front of you, the study you have in front of you was conducted in 2019. We just went on the track. We started our lab work prior to this, but we aimed at being above it. That's why I brought the independent from the National Center for Asphalt Technology at Auburn University. I brought this as an independent study. We welcome you to call all the people that have been involved from the lab standpoint as well as being on the track to prove that we're a superlative product to what was tested.
But you're just in testing now?
No, we're beyond testing. We're on the track now. We've been a product that's been out in over 2 billion square yards for the last 3 or 4 years.
So how did it measure against these others?
We're above all of them. Our test results based on what's in front of you are above number 1. And that's why I opened myself up to say, here's where everybody else falls below us. We're above all of them. If you'd like to speak to them directly, I could provide you the director's name and all of the people that have worked both in the lab as well as on the track with our product for all the performance standards.
Any other questions?
I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I just have one comment for the board. You currently know we're in litigation regarding our spills to our roads. We have to take this in consideration as we move forward with any process that we're considering. So we have not had any discussions with regards to that. I don't know if we discussed it with our litigator or anything else, but I think that should be considered.
There've been some emails back and forth between Rick and myself, and Belinda and Andy, I believe, was on it. Oh, we got, no? Oh, I'm sorry, Andy can't be on it.
Okay.
But you could speak to that
Yeah,
issue.
let me answer that one. In speaking with Mark Hansen, who is the attorney representing us, it is scheduled for litigation in November.
Right.
But we feel, and the attorney agrees with that, is we are fiscally responsible to try to do whatever we can do to salvage what's out there now. And again, I was recently out there to look at that, and it is having a negative effect on us. So I really feel we need to move forward. We have reached out to the city. We let them know we were going to move forward. We let them know we were moving forward when we paved the areas where we had the extensive diesel spills. The city did come out. They took some quarters. Now, again, we've not talked to them about the results of any of that, but we will keep the city fully informed of all of that. We are going to have a meeting on February the 8th with the attorney and with ACT. They're going to be out here on February the 8th. We're going to look at the roads prior to the application that we choose.
You somewhat answered my question, but what you're saying is we're mitigating our damages, as we would say, okay? But
Yes.
this board members we have not discussed any of this.
No, we haven't at all.
We
This
have
is the
not.
first,
So I just make
this
you
is the
guys
first time
mindful
we're all hearing about this. I mean,
that
Rick
we-
sent information to us, but this is the first time that we're all hearing about this.
But we have an obligation, to talk ourselves. I see the technical questions, and I understand mitigation of damages, obviously, but we should consider it. Okay.
I had, if I could, just a couple of comments. One, just following up on your comment, I'm not involved in litigation for the reasons we all know about, my conflict, and you have a special counsel, but you do have pending litigation, is my recollection, with the case number assigned. So that being said, you could have a shade meeting with your current attorney outside of the sunshine, if that's something that the board was interested in. The second issue I wanted to raise was with regards to the bids that you got, Rick. Did we do a formal RFP here? Because obviously one of them anyway is over $195,000.
No, we did not.
So if the board decides to proceed forward in some manner with a bid that exceeds that statutory limit, we would have to take a step back and formally bid it. Just wanted to point that out.
Andy, to your first point, somewhere during this session, actually going to request, and I had emailed
I knew that.
Andy asking about it. I was going to request a shade meeting of the board. Selfishly, to get myself up to speed as a new member on the litigation and the details of it, and then more importantly, to be able to speak openly among ourselves as to this project and its implication as well as the overall. So is that something the board's willing to undertake?
Sure.
I mean, your special counsel will give you the parameters, but I can tell you just from a procedural standpoint that you can have a shade meeting when you have pending litigation. You could talk about settlement negotiations and strategy related to litigation expenditures. Those are the two topics. There is a special notice that needs to be put out there. There's a special protocol that needs to be followed, including having a court reporter present who will take down everything, and then that transcript becomes public at the conclusion of the litigation. Just so everybody's aware of that.
And Ken, you could always reach out to me and the attorney at any
Individually, absolutely, that's true. You could sit down with Mr. Hanson, who's the special counsel, at any time, as long as his time is available, of course, and have a conversation. It's putting off.
And then the clock starts running, right?
Yeah, the clock, yeah, because, I would want
The other-
to sit down with them, all of us, and you're spending money.
The other person that can provide information for you, Ken, because there were three of us or so that were at some of these mediations. Jerry Jasper was there as the former chair. I was there as the current chair, but you certainly can talk to Jerry Jasper.
Absolutely. No
Right.
interest in.
And you certainly can talk to Rick about it. Can't talk to me, but
Is, this is really going to affect our reserves. Should we have Rick meet with the finance committee and maybe do a cost benefit analysis to see exactly how this is going to affect our reserves, what it's going to affect the long term? I mean, it sounds like a great idea, and I thought your presentation was very professional. We need to look at it internally to see what kind of effect it's going to have. I think especially on the reserves. Would you be able to do that, Rick? Meet with the finance committee fairly soon?
Sure.
well, our next meeting is the third Monday in February. I think it's.
Yeah, that's why I asked the
17th.
question about the discounts in February and March.
I didn't mean to sidetrack everybody, but I think you do have one more presenter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
Ken
should-
Holton
You
is
might want to hear
on
from
the
that
line.
person.
Why don't we
But
give,
let's just, board, just keep that in mind.
Sure.
If we're gonna do this, I think we need to get our finance committee involved with Rick to see what the implications are with the reserve study.
Okay, Ken, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ken Holton. I'm with Davis Technology. I believe we provided quite a bit of information ahead of the meeting. We have a lot on our website, the way the center works, what we are, who we are. I know that there have been a number of NCAT studies that were referred to. Reclamite is a trade name owned by Tricor Refining, and you're welcome to go to their website as well. That's reclamite.com. And there you will see other information as well as SDS sheets, etc. I wish I was there to make a little different presentation. Sorry I cannot be there. A couple of things that we, as a company, we've been in business for 50 years. Material was developed in the late 1950s. Our company since 1972, so we're celebrating our 50th year. We do a lot of work for municipal clients, some HOAs, but primarily cities and counties around the country. Reclamite is a product that's used around the world, and is I'm going to say is the standard for asphalt rejuvenation. It was the material that I'm sure everybody wants to measure to. The way that Reclamite works is vastly different than an asphalt softener. We do not disrupt or dissolve the bond between the asphalt and maltine. That is, if you're interested in seeing what that is, that's measured by carabutanol value or KB value. And that's how you measure the solvency or the destructive properties of the material. And that's how you get solvency or dissolve asphalt or a viscosity change. Viscosity change does not equal rejuvenation. That they're totally different properties. Rejuvenation will actually replace the parts that are missing and enhance the bond. Dissolution, such as what you've seen with the material on your roadways causing a problem, which is why you're in litigation, that's dissolving, that's disrupting the bond inside the asphalt. So that is not what Reclamite does. That's not what maltines do. It's the parts of asphalt cement that are the glue, the binder, the light oils and resins that actually keep asphalt flexible and adhesive. So that is what Reclamite is. I always look forward to seeing results from studies at NCAT. There is a study for the rejuvenation materials. that studied the bio-based materials. There's significant resources out there, and there were a couple of those materials that made it to the final round. Reclamite did make it to the final round, and actually showed significantly less cracking when you got to the phase to the final phase. I do look forward to seeing what the Kraton material does. It's a good company, and I definitely want to see how that study turns out. To my knowledge, it's still in process. So again, we keep very close connections with NCAT, Minroads, Minnesota, the organization that studies things like NCAT, EPRA, which is also referenced here by the Paper X folks. National Center for Pavement Preservation, Florida Pavement Preservation Council. These are places you can find resources and use as resources as you do your homework. We've been in the business for a long time, and we only want to put a product on your road that's beneficial to the roadway. I'll take any questions that you might have, but I figured I may as well help you understand who we are, and please look at the videos and go to our website, and you'll see how our materials do work.
Any questions?
I don't have any.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the same answer to the question about application or what it means to our residents in terms of not being able to drive on it or across it for what length of time?
Did you hear that? During its application, what are the restrictions to residents?
Okay. In no time is the road closed. You cannot get the material by driving on it. It is topically applied. Typically, it's anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes. I like to say it's no more than about an hour. We're on a roadway. Clean up to final letting traffic back on it without I'd say traffic control or us communicating. The material is petroleum. I know a lot of people like to say that petroleum is not a green product, but it definitely is a green product. You're welcome to look at our SDS. It is very clean. A lot of effort has gone into making sure what's in our product, especially as we've gotten into much more environmental sensitivity. So we wanted to know more and more about what's in our products. Trichlor refining, like I said, they own the patent. And so that we got into that. So I know you're talking about disruption to traffic. We do a topically applied material. We do put a light sand. Typically that's because there is normally a light friction loss in an HOA surrounding. That's not usually a big deal, but we still put the sand down, SOP. In the villages, we do not put sand. That's just part of their spec. But we would prefer to. There can be a light tracking, but again, the material only bonds, becomes part of asphalt cement, and it will weather back off with anything that it gets onto. If it's tracked onto the driveway, decorative bricks, whatever, it does weather back off.
Any other questions? Rick?
Good.
Can you just go into a little more detail on your warranty?
So I'm not familiar with the details of the other company's warranty. We do affect the viscosity. Traditionally, agencies are not as interested in warranty. They're more interested in performance. What we found is if we don't perform, they don't use us anymore. And we have lots and lots of long-term customers. City of Orlando in Florida is our longest since 1985. And they wouldn't keep using us if we did not give them beneficial results. But a direct warranty, I'd have to see what you guys are interested in. We have warranted the product for various reasons. However, it's not typically something that is actually asked for. So we'd have to look in to see. We're not trying to develop a market, so we're not trying to offer a warranty to prove what we do. But I believe we're well past that point.
So
The city of Venice, basically, they have these guys on a 5-year plan as well.
How long has the city been using them?
Sorry, Rick, I'm not hearing every word.
Ken, how long have you been doing the work for the city of Venice?
City of Venice was actually first time this year was when we did their project.
So what I'm hearing you say, Ken, this is Rich Bracco speaking, is that your company doesn't offer any specific warranty on your work. However, you rely on the quality of work as opposed to a written warranty. Is that basically correct?
Yeah, that's basically correct. I mean, and it's we're happy to explore a warranty. It's just agencies don't typically ask for it, so I'm trying to think of, it won't wear off. It can't wear off. It doesn't chip, peel, those kind of things. We do not damage asphalt. We are the components that are in asphalt. So there's no disruption of the bond. It's actually enhancement of the bond. Normally, I mean, long-term studies have shown that the beneficial effects to asphalt are just part of the process. Not two asphalts act exactly the same, but they're all made of the same components, which is asphalt and maltings. And as those get out of balance, that's where you begin the aging process. And so the warranty is, I'm going to say of anything, that a viscosity warranty means nothing. Proving that we can keep an asphalt soft. Softness is not equal to rejuvenation. Flexibility, durability is, and that's what happens when you put malting oils back in to a roadway.
Anybody else have a question?
Rebuttal?
Are we
Right,
good?
no?
Well, obviously,
Does it change the color? Does the application change the color?
Yeah, during the application, yes, there's a light darkening. I say light darkening, it's kind of an oxymoron. There is a little bit of darkening to the asphalt surface, but it does fade back gradually to the gray appearance that you see today.
Not as heavy as a sealant would?
The sealant capability, it actually comes from the inside out. Basically, the maltine fractions effectively swell the asphalt from the inside, and it creates a sealing property from the inside out. But it's not a topical. This is not a topical material.
Rick, do we have references, other nearby communities that have used it that we could look, that have been like 5 years or more?
Ken, where's your closest one to here?
To you?
Yes.
Okay. Venice is definitely one you're welcome to look at, but this was their first year. Charlotte County is south of you guys, and using Reclamite for a number of years. Punta Gorda, Rick, I gave you some photos from Pearl. Manatee, a little north of you. Polk County is to the east of you. I'm trying to think of who else is nearby. And I have not been doing lots of work in Florida. So I'm sure there are more in that area. Northport, they've been using Reclamite for a number of years. Sarasota County did a pilot last year and has a current program.
Yeah, I don't think they're Rick, are these guys a Florida company? Speaking, the fellow speaking.
Are you a Florida-based company? That was the question.
We have two centers of operation. One is in Florida, and the primary offices are in Ohio. We have two locations in Ohio and one in Florida.
And you folks are predominantly where?
My office is in Fort Lauderdale. That's our production office. And our manufacturing is in York, Pennsylvania.
Okay. I have a question. You declined as it relates to a warranty on your product. Would you consider it a workmanship bond?
Sure.
Okay, gentlemen, you understand that? Yes. We've done that in Jersey. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question for Rick. I'm struggling. We're almost double the price from one vendor to the other, and now somebody's offering us $40,000 off. How do we balance all this?
Great question. Obviously, I'm not the expert at asphalts and rejuvenators. That's why I started researching this 2 years ago when it first happened. And again, I started to get more info, more knowledge. Like I said, the product used at Willow Chase was, to me, it didn't seem much better than just a glorified seal coat, and it tracked really bad. When the spills came over there, just the same as it did here, the cleanup, it made a real mess over there. So that's a product I was not thrilled about. And again, I have never used an asphalt rejuvenator on any of my CDDs. I represent 10, I represent a bunch of the HOAs, and I've never really used the product. So I'm getting a wealth of information. I've been talking to a lot of people, and I basically have to reach out for their expertise, because knowing a lot of the stuff that this gentleman knew about, the coal tars, I mean, there's a lot of concerns out there. So again, I'm learning as we go through also.
Rick, why would we be the only community looking at doing this? Why are your other 10 communities, whether not interested or not doing the same kind of product?
That's a great question. A lot of it, I would look to me. I am now, with the knowledge I'm getting from both the products, I am absolutely going to every one of my communities, and I'm sharing with the boards that I'm very anxious to start a program similar to this for them, for all of the others.
So we're kind of the test case, so to speak.
You're the guinea pig.
I didn't want to use the word guinea pig.
I know.
Mr. Chairman, we are basically, it's clear to me, walking in the dark. Okay, we need some type of consultant that can give us meaningful advice as to these problems. Because none of us have had an opportunity to speak with each other about this, I don't see any way that we're making any decision on this today. This is not going to happen. We're gathering information, and in doing so, we'll continue to talk about this and get something done. But this, and maybe it's the next budget cycle, or I don't know, because certainly the finances are an issue here, and we haven't answered that question at all. And with a cost over 195, right? We need to have an RFP, so that's another reason why this is not going to happen.
If you put it out there, I don't know, but
Yeah.
I don't know what the market looks like. There might be some other vendors.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it until today. This is new stuff.
One of the things I'd like for all of you to do is go out to 177 Portofino. That was probably one of the worst hydraulic spills that we had. And it's right in front of their mailbox and their driveway. You could see what happened to the asphalt from this spill. And so again, Mark Hansen and I, we talked about that. Right now, your road base everywhere in the community is really, really good. So we have no deep road base, sub-base failures that I could see. So I want to protect what we have out there. And I think it's fiscally responsible for us to try to do something to salvage that.
Right.
The map that I sent out shows the remaining life expectancy. You compare that with the previous one that I had done, almost every road has dropped, almost every road. And some of them are in, 2-year increments. I do this every year. Some of them have dropped probably two notches. So again, I think I feel that, it's something we should consider as soon as possible. Belinda, do we have reserves to cover this?
I was actually going to touch on that. I don't know if you recall, but the actual reserve study has the paving, inching, and milling overlay phases. So it's not exactly for rejuvenation. The board can always decide whether or not this is something that you want to move forward with, and you can make the decision whether or not you want to use reserve funds towards this, but that's not part of what your study has. Now, we are going out for RFP for reserve study to be redone. So I'm glad that this map is updated, Rick, because I think that the reserve committee can use this when, the reserve company comes out. But we definitely will need to reallocate funds for this and decide whether or not you want this as a reserve expenditure. But also the life expectancies have to be reviewed because some of these roadways have 0 life, according to some of the mapping. The phasing is detailed. I don't know if you want to take a look at this, Rick, but the way that the roadways are phased, it's stated in the reserve study, which, for example, phase 0, 4-lane portion of Benito, and phase 1 is Treviso Court South. So then you go into phase 2, Main Street Place, Mar-a-Lago Drive. It's all detailed on page 11.
Some of that's been done. The Treviso, Balanza, that's all been
Right.
done. The main entry has been
Yeah.
done.
So this entire schedule will need to be relooked at and redone, obviously, as part of the new study.
The reserve study folks got that information from me.
Yeah.
Right.
Point of order.
And then I had a question, Rick. Brian, I think it was, who stated that if there's crackways within the roadways, they have to be filled. Is that part of the tabulation or is that an additional cost?
I did not include any sealing for anything.
Okay.
Right now, we have, any product you put down, there's going to be reflective cracking that will eventually come through. I mean, once you first put it down, it looks like it'll probably cover it up, but it'll reflect back through. Now, in a soil cement roadway, that is where you see it predominantly, because soil cement roadway is the concrete cracks. So I don't believe you have a lot of soil cement roadways out here. You got cement treated bases, which was the product that was, when this community was developed, kind of took over for this, for the soil cement. Soil cement crack does not mean the road is falling apart. It's more of an aesthetic issue. And again, when I drove through and looked, your road base out here is in great condition.
That's a good point of order.
Sir.
I would like to recognize the resident that's a civil engineer. He was trying to get your attention.
Weissman, I think.
Yeah. It's a point of order, or me to you, he can use my time.
Wow.
I prefer not to get into that now because we're not making a decision on this today.
Okay.
We're gathering information. I think Mr. Weissman is a person that we could look to and maybe even help Rick a little bit with some of this based on his 45 years experience. But because this is not happening today, I think we need to
Move on.
definitely we need to move on.
My request.
And probably place this on the agenda for next time so that we give us a little more time to digest what's been given to us here and talk about it again.
Do we want to have Rick talk to the finance committee for us?
That'd be fine if he's available to February 17th at 2:00.
To me, it would be very helpful to know how this is going to affect our reserve. I know we're talking about doing a reserve study, a new reserve study, but I think that's very important in this whole discussion.
Well, certainly finances are a part of it, you know.
Well,
But
yeah, but how it affect, for us,
How
I don't think we can make that decision. I think the finance committee could really help us make that decision. That's all I'm saying.
that's
I
fine.
would agree.
I
That's fine.
believe if it comes out of reserves, does it still have to go through the finance committee, or we just, because I know every year you're contributing so much toward your roadways.
Correct.
I mean, I don't think legally it has to go through them at all.
No,
It's just a
of course
question
No, I'm not saying
voluntary,
legally,
but-
just
Right.
informational wise and get their expertise about.
Well, I would agree, because between 22 and 28, there's $2.1 million in the reserve study for roadways.
Right.
So, and the big chunk of that comes about 3 to 4 years from now. So if investing a couple of $100,000 next year pushes that out 5-7 years, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's the
clearly
cost
worth-
benefit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd just like to get that verified by.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
So would you be available on the 17th of
Yes, I
February?
am.
It's a Monday.
I just looked at my calendar.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right. I'll be sure that you're added to the agenda, 2:00 here, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so we're on the next meeting, we're really not on the agenda if I'm going to wait for the
Well, I think,
17th, right?
I think we need to speak about this some
Okay,
more.
okay, good.
And I don't think today's the best time to do it, but I think at the next February meeting, this should be something that we talk about a little bit further.
Okay, that sounds good.
Rick, have you talked to Ajax at all about all of this? Or any of the big other paving companies around?
I talked to them a lot, but they don't have a product.
No, I
similar
understand, but
to
would they
this.
have an opinion about all of this, you think? Or not?
Possibly. But a lot of the municipalities that use it, I have reached out to some of them, but I could definitely reach out to the asphalt the companies. Obviously, they like to pave, because that's what they make their.
Well, I'm curious from their viewpoint about the application of the product and what we've heard. I mean, they must have some vested interest in all that we're talking about. Because if you rejuvenate and extend life, it's not good for them.
We have been utilizing the paving and another community. I just got the bids and it's like $12 a square. So for this product, for theirs, they're down to $1.50. The other guy's at 97 cents.
Yeah.
So it's a fraction of the cost. And if I could get 5 additional years out of that, that's very.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I feel that, that's why I'm looking at all my other communities in the HOAs, because I have heard good things about both the products.
But you haven't talked to either company's references or?
Yes, I have.
Oh, you have?
Yes. And I'm fine with.
Everybody loves everybody.
Both of them. I mean, if these guys don't do their job, they don't go back again. So.
Interesting conversation.
Before you finish, Rick, on another issue, I had mentioned ADA compliance, and you were gonna look into getting us reviewed in terms of entryway, the doorway, the entrance to the restrooms, et cetera, et cetera. Has there been anything new on that?
I do have a few more the items, and let me check my emails. I had traded some emails with these guys. They're from Universal. They gave us a bid back in October of 2018, and that was a not to exceed of 2610. And I was trying to get them to see, and he has emailed me back, but I don't see a price in there. So I'm guessing it's going to be probably, between $2,500 and $3,000 for the building for a complete site review. They included up to 8 hours, and they included up to 10 hours to write their report. I don't see it taken close to that, but that's what they had in their proposal. And back at that time, it would have been 2,610.
Okay.
So I'm expecting to be between 25 and 3,000.
Okay, if you could get a number on that, I think the board was in agreement that we need to do this. We need to do it for our residents. It's very important. It's within my spending authority, so I would have no problem signing it as long as you can get get the rest of the work done.
I will push him very hard. I'm busy also, and then when I'm preparing for the meeting, I go back and look and I see, these guys didn't respond to me. So sometimes I don't, I need to do better making some notes when I ask for somebody to do a follow-up a week later, so.
But I think, like Rick said, you've got board direction and it's within your spending authority. So Rick, if you get something back from them, I think the board's ready to proceed unless there are any objections.
And I expect to get something back within a week.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Appreciate that.
Just to kind of follow up on what I started there, we had we did all the annual reviews, and I think Rick was the one that was asking about the posts. That's going to be part of it, and just wanted to show you what I'm doing is I prepared photo summary reports, and we're going to send out
the filling of the
bid tabs.
Right. Okay, I saw the market. Yeah.
Documents. And you can kind of see what the condition of some of your rails are. And I did find a product. We used it at Waterleaf last year. I was out at Waterleaf probably a week and a half ago to look at that. And the product, it's not the best, but it's working. It's working. I tried another product that I would not recommend any place else. I mean, it was more of like a concrete, and it really didn't fill in the cracks. I went back about 3 months later, just banged onto the side, and the whole thing just popped off. This product, you basically pour it into there, and it fills it back in. Okay. It's a wood filler product. Some of the things that looked a lot like this, WCI did Waterleaf just before they came down here to do Venetian. So it's the same rails, the same non-standard size, which I don't understand why they didn't come up with a standard, but they did. So it looks just a lot like that. We've been filling them in, and again, I feel that it's a product that it's a fraction of the cost of trying to pull these posts and replace. Up at Waterleaf, we replaced probably about 20 posts. We replaced some railings, and it's, this product is way cheaper. So I want to try it. And so that's what I wanted to do.
Who will do the installation, Rick? Will this company or will our maintenance people?
I was using A&J to do that work. They've done a lot of work down here for your sidewalks and all that. Now, if you have staff that can do that, I mean, the product, it's pretty easy.
Doesn't look like rocket science.
And no, it's not. I actually.
Rick is
purchased-
volunteering to do it.
I purchased 2 more bags of the stuff on the Amazon, and I got them out in my car. So it's just basically mixing it with the water and
pour it in.
Pouring them in. So.
Would that be something our guy could do, Keith? Sure.
Okay,
Let's get on.
I'll work with Keith on that. But yeah, we got bid packages going out for sidewalks. If you noticed out there, we painted a bunch. But when we looked at the sidewalks, the curbs, the roads, the guardrails, the signage, and the striping. So, and we did have the trip and fall, the incident right out here. So I have spoken to the adjuster about that. So, so anyway, I don't know if there's really any.
Where did that happen on the boardwalk?
It happened right here.
Or on the event lawn?
Right next to the railing. And Keith forwarded me some photos and it looked like the gentleman used his forehead to break his
CDD
fall.
property or POA property? CDD?
It's CDD property.
Okay.
And it's being addressed by the insurance company.
Okay.
And we have sprayed it, so
Okay.
anyway, I just want to let you know, but you know, we come out and we do this fairly, we do it at least once a year. Keith calls me intermediate times and we'll come out and we'll spray them up and we'll get them grinded also. This time, there was not a whole lot of grinding. I think I had several replacement slabs that I put the big X on with them. So, but pretty much so, it's because of the boards and the HOAs, the efforts to get the oak trees away, get them out of there and use something else really helped a lot with that.
Okay.
So Rick, you do a full sidewalk inspection once a year?
That's correct. Okay, the ADA, we talked about that. The irrigation system in the snails. Solitude is going to give us a proposal. I don't know if you got one yet, but they were going to treat the aqua range with a chemical that is supposed to basically kill the larvae before it gets into the pumps. And then also dealing with Keith in the I don't know if it was one of the committees. You could pass that around to see. That was one of the things that Keith.
We all have it.
there. Okay. So there is going to be an effort to add some fish into that would eat the snails and that kind of thing. And then the third thing we're looking to do is get a price to do an injection system that we could connect to the pumps that could actually try to help clean out the pipes. So we're going to have at least 3 different efforts to try to address this, because if it's that bad now, and that was after 6 or 8 months, Keith could add to that too.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. This is, as you can see, these are the pre-filters before it gets into the big filters. This is the pre-filter, right, before it gets into the big filters. And as you can see, we pulled all 3 of them, and they're all coated with the shells. It's amazing. I was in shock when I saw it. And so that's why we were having the coating or the filters, the pumps shutting down at about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning because of this issue. Okay. Not enough water was getting through
to clean them. So we're starting out with the least expensive and moving up vials with chlorine and tablets and we're checking on those every other day to make sure that those are in there still and doing that. Then we're going to start with the fish, which is not a huge cost. We're looking at like Rick said, with Solitude spraying, and then the most expensive, of course, being a site right there next to the pumps. And I have a meeting next week, Thursday, with MRI and seeing what their system can do. See if we can put one in the middle between the two pumps for the golf course and ourselves. All right, the golf course doesn't have filters, and so this is being blown right out into, and they're losing heads and they're having huge problems with irrigation out there. And I'm surmising this is the reason that it's probably so caked in those pipes that it's blowing stuff up left and right out there. So we're just trying, and so what we are doing, about every 2 weeks, we're going to take these out and clean them. I've ordered some new seals that we can have those online just in case we bust a seal when it comes out. I'm also looking at the cost of what 3 of these baskets so that we can pull them out, put new ones on and not miss a step, and then clean these, set them aside till the next 2 weeks and just rotate it. All right. Is that the ultimate way of doing things? No. All right. We need to, do the phases that I've just discussed, and hopefully that'll be enough where we don't have to order or have this treatment plant put in for the water. All right. So it's being addressed, and, Rick's had many conversations with Solitude and Melinda's, she's got parks, places that she's done, different things with. So hopefully we'll, in the next, is this something that's going to be taken care of immediately? No, this is a process, and it's going to take, 3-4 months to get it really under handled. So
My recommendation, supervisors, to Keith was the treatment for the larvae because it really does work. I did have another site where we had the same problem. Actually, it was worse. And the larvae being treated monthly has helped. So Solitude does those treatments. This is down in Fort Myers where we do have an irrigation system similar. And it was installed. Ever since, we haven't had the same problems with heads being blown, main lines, clogs. It does happen, but the lake where it should be treated is the main lake where the irrigation draws from.
Another thing that we found going through all of this is that we do have blow-offs in every cul-de-sac. 2-inch blow-off, they're in the middle island, and we were, fortunately we found that. So once we do some treatment and the starts breaking off of the walls, we could flush them out. So, and that instead of having to install these, they're all out there. So that was a good thing. Talking about that, we did have another break in the irrigation, the Benito and Martalaga, and that was repaired last week. So it was in the 90. I don't think it's related to this. The vendor did send me the photos. The original was just glued fittings and their PVC. What they reinstalled is the ductile iron 90, so it's a much better fitting in there now. So, and that's all I have.
That's all. One of the things that came up in a discussion I had with Keith, again, hoping that Heritage is going to be a working partner with us, in as much as that golf course is watered from the same source as we water our lawns, and they're going to have the same issue. 18 heads last week, I understand, were blown at the golf course or something like that. We're hoping that they might be willing to share some of these costs. So that was, in conversation with Keith, that was Keith's idea, and I think it's a great one, and I think we should approach them on sharing some of these costs because it's good for them and it's good for us.
I agree.
We will do that.
Any questions for Rick?
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you. Before we move forward, supervisors, does anybody need a break
Sure.
before? Should we take a 10-minute break?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna take a
Sounds good.
10-minute break at 11:10 a.m. Remind the board, we're coming upon the 2-hour mark for our meeting.
Right.
We do have a lot of items to cover today. Our next item is item number 5A, which is the discussion regarding the general manager termination. Rich, I don't know if you want to lead this discussion, or Mr. Kleinglass, would you like to lead this discussion?
Did you
Well,
put it on the agenda?
I did not put it on the agenda. I assumed you did.
No,
Who did?
I did,
I did.
but
Well,
that's
there was
based on
enough-
our conversation.
Right, there was conversation.
In general, I'd like to say that because this is a personnel matter, I would hope that everyone realizes that it's all on a public record here, and specifics of this termination, I don't think should be discussed. I think that would be inappropriate. However, there's some parts of this termination that are bothersome. One is how it was done. I got a phone call from Denise on January 5th at about 8:45 in the morning. She told me that she had been terminated. We spoke for probably 15 minutes or so. She was dismissed over the phone. Many of us have been in positions of management in one way or another. Speaking for myself, hiring and firing, it happened. I've never once let a person go over the phone. I think it was the most unprofessional thing that I've heard that Vesta has done, and I'm disheartened by this. And I spoke to Rudy about it at length. This is not the way an employee should have been dealt with. There was a lack of dignity, a lack of professionalism, and there's no excuse. As a means of explanation, I was told that Denise was coming back from a COVID test or going to a COVID test, and the HR person from Vesta didn't feel comfortable in being across the desk and chose to do the termination over the phone. I said to Rudy, I don't care if she had Ebola. It is the lack, I'll go back to the same thing I said about professionalism and the lack thereof, that is outstanding in this whole thing. I think it's horrid the way this woman was treated, and it should never have happened. If it was HR that chose to take this avenue to dismiss this person, they are, in my opinion, 100% at fault. The issues for it notwithstanding. You know, there were performance reviews. Denise had expressed her own dissatisfaction with Vesta policies. I know all of that. But all of you supervisors should know what I know about the manner in which it was done. It was horrid, absolutely horrid. Should never have happened that way. It should have been conducted in a professional way. There was no professionalism about this at all. And I just want you all to know it.
So Rich, you were not notified in advance that this was going to take place?
I was not notified. I had an inkling that it was going to happen because I knew there was a performance review. I don't know the specifics of it, but I know that it was something that Denise was concerned about. I said to her at that time, and it was in December that we spoke, I said, I think your job is in jeopardy. She agreed. And after the November meeting, when there was some statements made at a board meeting by Denise, it was right after that I spoke with her. I said, I think your comments were poorly timed, and this is not going to bode well for you. It's not. So I'll tell you, it was no surprise to me that Denise was dismissed. It was appalling to me in the manner in which it happened. It's not going to change anything.
I raised the question because the next item is about Vesta policies.
Yeah.
I don't know who put that on the
I
agenda either, but in looking at them, it's unclear to me the discharge policy in terms of the general manager position, because that's the one position that the board has to approve.
In speaking with Andy, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, it approved the hiring of
a little bit, I think. I don't know if people can hear me.
approved the hiring of a GM, but not necessarily involved in the dismissal of a GM.
That's correct.
So
I actually have the contract
Yeah.
with me because I knew the issue would come up. And I'm looking at section 2.2B, and it says that the general manager, it goes through and basically says that Vesta's in charge of, personnel matters, et cetera, then says, provided that the general manager, which was the position Denise is in, is subject to approval by the district in its sole and absolute discretion. Manager shall, however, remain responsible for the exercise by the general manager of such authority. So, let me read one more item. Manager will cause the general manager to be replaced in the event the district is dissatisfied with the general manager for any reason whatsoever. So I believe that Vesta was within their rights to dismiss the general manager position. Any hiring of a general manager position is subject to the discretion of this board. And that other provision I just read was if this board wanted that general manager released for whatever reason, we would have had that ability.
Okay.
Well,
So
that's
that answers your question.
in Article 6, it talks about in the event the district is dissatisfied with the general manager's performance.
Right.
So that's why I was wondering if Rich was part of that discussion.
No.
Because he would represent the district.
No.
So it seems to me a little bit that they're in violation of their own policy in the way they handled it.
There's a
And
couple.
I'm not for or against anything here. I'm just looking to you, the way it was done and the process.
The way it was done, the process that it was done, again, there's no excuse. But I can combine item B with this, Vesta policies. I put that on the agenda. There are some things that the other supervisors should know, and I don't think you all do, that have gone on. I'll allude back to Denise's termination, which again, I don't think was a surprise to her. It certainly wasn't a surprise to Vesta. They knew what was going to happen, but I see them as being reactive and not proactive. If you knew that was going to happen, there should have been somebody else that was being reviewed to take that position. Well, now it's been some weeks and we don't have a general manager, and I know that there is some feelers out there, but again, it's reacting, not being proactive, and I'm disappointed with that. I'll say that when there was some discussion regarding tennis, there was some looking into getting somebody here to fill that tennis position, but it took a couple of weeks. Again, kind of reactive and not proactive. That's bothersome to me. As far as policies go, all the board should be aware that as recently as December, I got a call from Belinda saying that the financial reports from Vesta were late again. It's a domino effect. If they're late, Rosetta is late, and those financials, I mean, contractually, I believe it says the 15th of the month, Andy, right?
I don't have it in front of me, but we definitely have a timeline.
We have a time. This goes back to the very beginning when Vesta took over. We had about 4 months of speed bumps, and I said we did have speed bumps. We did have apologies and all of that kind of stuff. Just get it better. But as recently as December, those financials were late, correct? Yeah, which caused us to be late. Something else you should all know about. The entire community contributed toward a holiday fund. Several thousands of dollars were gathered. That money went through Vesta to be with a list of how it was going to be divided that Denise had created based on seniority and other issues, whatever. And people were put on that list, and there were checks that were sent to them, holiday checks, which is a nice thing if you can cash the check. But when the fact was that you couldn't cash the check and it's holiday time, I think that's disgusting. People apparently that had Chase Bank were able to negotiate their checks. But people that didn't have Chase Bank, for example, if they had Wells Fargo, they couldn't cash the check. The whole point of getting the checks to these folks that we highly regard, is to say thank you. A little bit of holiday cheer, but now you can't cash the check. So what happened with that was that Denise stepped up on that issue, and you should know this if you don't know it already. She went to her own bank, she took out X amount of dollars in cash, and she said to the employees that couldn't cash their checks, bring the checks in to me, I'll cash them for you. And she did, which I think was a very, 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 very nice thing to do. But when Chris Timmerman, I believe, was the person who was contacted at Vesta, he said there's nothing wrong with the checks. Now, this isn't the first time that there's been issues with checks. I know that some of our vendors early on were not being paid in a timely fashion. That makes us look poor. It's not our fault. It's the management company's issue. Now we have, I believe it's Cheney has put us on 10 days, or is it? Cheney's put us on 10 days. Formerly, we had 30. So when a vendor puts you on a very short leash, they're sending a clear message. They're saying, we're not sure we're going to get paid. And that stinks. That makes us look bad. And the money is there, but they're not getting it on time. As a result, we're not getting our supplies on time. Now, we're planning a wedding for 180 people a week ago Saturday, and we got to have the stuff here. Then we got to have the employees here. It became a really, really, really big issue. You may not be aware, fellow supervisors, you may not be aware that Tim Hall, our executive chef, is leaving in a week. You may not be aware that Cody, one of the line cooks, is also leaving. And I don't know if I've had discussions with Rudy about looking for someone to replace Tim, because we have, I learned at our last social committee meeting, we had 5 weddings between the date of that meeting and the end of February. Now, one wedding took place, 180 people, a week ago Saturday, with thanks to Tim, who finally was able to bring in a part-time chef to help him in the kitchen to prepare this wedding for 180 people. It went off without a hitch. And Paul stepped up, as he always does, and Chris went beyond what should have been done to get this wedding done. And the applause goes to them, the thanks goes to them. But as I'm told, there was requests for additional kitchen help. Well, we can't pay them. We can't pay them. Well, we want to bring in outside business. Well, how are we going to do it without help? We want to plan a Thanksgiving dinner. We served about 400 dinners on Thanksgiving or something like that. But we don't have the freezer space to store the product. So in September, and I have copies of all the emails, in September, there was a request for a freezer truck, as we've had in the past, so that we could store the product, because we don't have enough room here. It took from September into early November to get that approved. I think that's ridiculous. I mean, it's something that we need, and it was jumping through hoops to get it done. What do you folks feel about that? How do my fellow supervisors feel about some of the things that I said? Were you aware of this? How do you feel about it now that you are aware of it?
Well, I'd like to speak. I agree that the way this termination was done was horrible. And I want some direct information about, was there a remedial plan for this employee? Was there a discussion about you need to improve? Or was it just a summary termination? And as you said, the issue happened in November with a performance review. Why did it take till January 5th for somebody to be let go over the telephone? That makes absolutely no sense. The other thing I want to know about is we hired a new tennis director. It's my understanding that Denise is the general manager, nothing about that. I'm wondering if our liaison to the Tennis and Sports Committee knew anything about it or had an opportunity to interview anybody.
No, I didn't review anybody, but I was aware of the hire once it happened.
Once it happened.
Okay, and I'm quite pleased. Okay, so that's a positive on their behalf. But since you look this way, I recall a year ago, we were all sitting in here voting on the proposals from all these various companies. Two of us voted against it. My friend here and myself. And then Carl also joined us. Then Carl changed his vote and they were hired, okay? Once they were hired, I said, okay, we work with them, okay? But what we did is we brought a new car and wanted to keep the old tires on the other car that we had and insisted that they keep certain employees and all. Okay, normally those of us that deal in, be it government or corporate at all, when new people come in, they clean house. This was not done. That's management 101. Okay, now I am reluctant to speak about the dismissal because having represented entities of this nature, all it does is causes legal problems. It's a slippery slope. And I would leave that issue alone because what you say today, you may be saying it in court one day. So be careful, okay? But I was unaware of these other issues that Rich brought up, and it makes me concerned, okay? These other issues that they brought up.
Well, as I said when I started, I don't think the discussion of the reason for the termination should be a part of this group in any way whatsoever. Not talking about that. And the manner in which it was done, the lack of professionalism, the lack of dignity that was afforded to the person involved. Who's next is really what you might be thinking. And how is the next person going to be treated?
Do we know why Tim and the other line cook are?
Dissatisfaction with Vesta policies is what I've been told.
They're here.
Well, I don't know if we're going to open it up. I don't think it's.
No, I
it's fair
want,
to
but
do
I'll
that.
talk about process. So I'm aware of the review. And in my history, and I've hired and terminated a lot of people over the years, someone gets a review and there are needs improvement categories, they have a time period to show, to demonstrate improvement, whether it's 4 months, 6 months, whatever. But
It's my understanding that
there's a
happens.
plan for remediation, if you will, or to demonstrate improvement. And that obviously wasn't provided for. Now, maybe the comments at the meeting tipped the scale on that.
I can't say that that wasn't provided for. I think that there was an improvement plan that was established. And I think that that was being conducted.
This is a difficult conversation.
Yeah,
Because I know that the board wants to, you haven't had the opportunity to speak with one another. But we also have to be cognizant of some of the comments that Supervisor Booker just made. We don't know what this former employee's plans are with regards to any potential litigation. And all the statements that are being made today are, of course, on the public record. Not one of the board members was physically present to know exactly what took place. So, like I said, I know it's frustrating because you can't talk to each other otherwise. Individually, you can speak with Rudy at any time if you have questions. But I just think we need to take that all into account before we make any broad statements here this morning that we may or may not know the facts behind.
Thank you, Counselor.
I had spoken with Rudy on virtually everything that I have said prior to this. Rudy was well aware of everything I was going to say today. And I don't think anything I said is a surprise to him.
No, I'm sure it's not. I'm just worried about.
No, I hear you.
Yeah. Well, then I'll get off that and talk about policy, which is nothing to do with particular employees. As Rudy knows, I've been going back and forth with some questions regarding the budget and performance to budget. And recognizing that the two people who can answer the questions and have been attempting to, one has a family medical situation and the other one had COVID for a while. Although you can talk on the phone with COVID. I'm having trouble getting answers. They will be forthcoming, I have no doubt. And Rudy's been great about trying to get the parties involved to provide information. And it'll be pursued, but it wasn't a difficult question. And I spend weeks now trying to get answers. And I'm concerned because if they are correct, we have a significant budget problem. So, I'm just letting you know I'm pursuing that and trying to get answers, but don't have them yet.
How long would you say you've been dealing with this issue?
I copied you on an email that I sent over.
Yes.
Because Rich is the liaison with Vesta, so I copied Rich on an email that I sent over to Chris Timmerman and I believe to Rudy as well, letting them know that you needed assistance with some of the financial questions that you do have.
Yeah, and Rudy's been great. I mean, there's no question. He's been making every effort to try to get this resolved too. And I appreciate there are extenuating circumstances. And I believe it will get resolved. It's just, it needs to get resolved. Because otherwise, we have a problem to deal with.
Well, I for one, am still not satisfied. I appreciate what everybody's saying about not stepping over a line, but I have spoken to some of the staff here, and I know there's no psychological safety for the staff here. I think it's fair to say that most of the staff members are concerned about what their future is. And I'm curious about what is Vesta doing about that? Has there been a meeting with the employees? Are people being told anything that they can be shared so that at least staff can come to work every day and feel somewhat comfortable here? In terms of the finances, this has been going on for months, and this should not be. I mean, now we're on a 10-day notice with Cheney.
Yes.
How do we expect our staff to do their business if we can't get our management company to straighten out the finances? This started months ago. So I'm just not satisfied with the way things are going. Instead of us moving in the right direction, we seem to be stumbling and moving backwards on the way we're doing our business here.
I thought things were moving along after the initial problems, when Vesta did not, they claimed they didn't have the numbers for the operating account.
Mm-hmm.
And this went around and around and around and around and around. And Belinda knows that I finally sent an email to Bill Bauer and Laura Bialy from Icon and said, you need to know the account numbers of the operating account because Vesta seems to say that they can't get them.
Mm-hmm.
And in the space of about 45 minutes, I had the numbers of the two accounts. Then it was turning the accounts over. It just dragged on ad nauseum, in my opinion. It should not have happened. We hired a company to pick up where Icon left off, and I had my issues with Icon as well. But anyway, we pick up where Icon left off and continue us on. And all of a sudden, we were mired in financial situations that were causing a whole bunch of problems. Well, then, again, it was discussed, it was supposedly improved or whatever. But you know what? I've come to the conclusion that maybe it really has not improved. Maybe it really hasn't, because I understand, again, the employees were told that there's nothing wrong with those holiday checks. But yes, there was something wrong with those holiday checks. They couldn't be cashed. And it was something to do possibly with the routing numbers or the coding or whatever on the checks that was causing them not to be able to be cashed. So I have some concerns too.
So what are we going to do here moving forward?
Well, I don't know. Vesta has a contract that is renewed on March 2nd, I think.
We have a 60-day termination.
They have a 60-day termination.
We do.
We have 60 days with them. I'm rethinking as to whether or not it was the right decision to bring Vesta on.
Do we know where they are in the general manager recruitment or search?
I know that there's I don't know on what website it is or what's being used, but they are searching.
Well, I'm curious because the message that I saw said that Chris was the general manager.
No, club manager.
No.
Club
no,
manager.
Club manager.
Club manager.
That
okay.
was confusing.
That was, yeah. So he is the club manager.
Right. They're searching for a general manager.
Okay. Who is the acting general manager?
I think Rudy has stepped into the role of somewhat in that position, but he'd have to speak for himself.
Yeah, good morning,
It's,
everyone.
it's, the elephant is in the room. Let me speak.
I can't speak to the personnel issues. Obviously, there's business rules.
Right.
That I'm constrained on what I say, and Andy, I appreciate you and your comments. That seems obvious to me, but it's not an emotional issue with respect to what our compliance is and our due diligence and that sort of thing. It has to be fact-based, and it is. Those decisions were vetted by the highest levels of Vesta senior management. So, and we feel that in the interest of the Venetian, we're taking a long view with respect to those decisions. Since that day, I believe January 5th, I've been here every week. I've not missed any time. I've got other equally important clients, but I'm committed. I'm here. This gentleman can testify that I'm here. We're making a difference. And when you are turning around a culture, you have to be hands-on. And so we're working through an entire process of learning and developing our staff. We're working through, and there was some discussion in that November meeting about what's your capacity, what's your capability. And I can tell you that we have the knowledge, skills, experience, and background to do this engagement. And we're committed to doing it, and we're committed to the team. I can't speak to comments that staff make. Some of the comments that I heard today, I'm hearing about it for the very first time. So there is, and Roy mentioned this when he did his evaluation of the Venetian, but there's some disruption. Setting that aside, I'm not really distracted by that. I'm focused on being encouraged and supportive and looking forward. So I'm here. The staff knows I'm here. And anything that I can do to move this community and the River Club 1 degree forward every day, that's what I'm focused on. I'm focused on your priorities, but I'm also focused on what Vesta strategies are to improving the resident satisfaction and to commit to them that we can deliver on our promises.
Well, Rudy, I think our concern is the financial viability of Vesta as it reflects on our financial reputation, because this has not happened before with other management companies. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
I believe you are correct. Previously, we
So-
didn't have the restraints that we currently are facing. We didn't have the issues with checks and whatever.
And 10-day notice and things.
That's,
Rudy, what can you say to those
Yeah,
issues?
I'm not aware of the 10-day notice. As I said, there's a couple of statements that were made that I'm not aware of. And so I understand that there's going to be communication that's offline and of a private nature. But I'm going to ask Chris, were you aware of a 10-day notice?
I'm changing the number of
Sorry, Chris, I can't hear you.
I'm not for sure factual on that. I don't know for sure. I could ask Gail, who does our billing, that does it with Chris Timmerman and those guys, to find out.
I'm not saying that it didn't occur. I'm saying that we have not had an opportunity to.
Right, so that's
address that
something we, going forward, you can get back to us and let us know if it's been resolved.
Oh,
and-
absolutely.
Okay.
We'd be happy to do that. But
Some action,
I would encourage staff and others that if they have information like this, come to the appropriate people. And I think people know that it will be addressed immediately. If you're not aware of it,
Yeah,
it
you
almost
can't deal with the
feels
problem you
like-
don't know about.
Well,
Exactly.
it sort of gives me a bad taste that, maybe not everyone is aligned in wanting to make sure we're successful. That's a good point.
Linda, are you aware of any other financial questions? With-
No, I don't, I'm not. I would have helped Ken, but I'm not privy to that information. But, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, just for the record though, it was November where the reports were for the November statements.
Yeah.
In December.
It was in December, but it was
Yeah.
November statements, yes.
So we try to get them in the agenda because we always want to get them in the agenda for the second meetings, but we ran into some issues in November because there were some IT issues. And we didn't get the reporting on time.
We have 9 other items on this agenda.
We do.
Well, what's,
this is critical. This is, I know it's important, but this is critical. Wow.
We've noted your comments. We appreciate them. We have tremendous respect for you and the entire board. I can assure you that I will address every one of those concerns. And to the extent that I can comment, particularly on the financial issues, you'll be hearing from me.
Okay. Well, I think the question is in everybody's mind is, are we satisfied with where we are with Vesta? Do we want to look to see what other management companies might be available? What do you want to do?
I think we've got to give them more time.
Well, we're kind of constrained because of the contract. And when we're looking at a March date renewal. I think, we need to put them on notice that we had problems.
We've done that once before.
Okay. And I think that's what we're doing right now. No, well, we need to verbally put them on notice. I'm sure Rudy's hearing this. No, but we need to go on record, make a motion. The proper way to do it would be to make a motion, outlining some of the concerns that we have, and we expect it to be addressed within the next 30 or 45 days.
Okay, we had previously, earlier on, when there was some issues, we had done that. Andy drafted a letter with some help.
May 2021.
Okay.
Our letter to Mr. Deary.
Letter went out to Roy Deary at that time. And you feel it's necessary to do that again now?
We participated in that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then this is the second notice that.
You were intimately involved in putting that together, I believe.
Okay. Then they've been placed on notice. So I would move that we probably put them on probation, being the old criminal judge that I am. But I'm not saying they.
I don't know if that's applicable with this.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Period per se.
May I ask a question about the letter?
Sure.
Did the letter require a response from Vesta?
There was.
Did the letter require a response?
This one, they provided a plan of action on how they were going to.
Okay,
address the issue.
and we have that response. And have they been responsive to the items in the letter?
The majority of the issues we were having at the time were all financial statements.
Okay, and we're still having those financial issues.
Different ones, it sounds
We
like.
also requested in the letter that at the time, Roy or a designated representative attend the meetings in the future from beginning to end, and I believe that has been.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't.
No, I'm just saying, that's what was requested. We outlined some of the deficiencies. We said lack of performance includes a complete breakdown regarding transition of the River Club bank accounts, multiple delays and problems with financial reporting, lack of responsiveness to the district's auditor, and lack of staff support. The on-site staff are performing well, but seem to have lack of behind-the-scenes support from Vesta and its off-site personnel.
Okay. So what we know factually, without breaching any of the concerns we're all concerned about breaching, is that they got a letter, and the majority of the things in the letter had to do with financial acumen. As recent.
At transition, I want to be clear about that.
Okay, please.
I want to be clear about that because it was at transition, meaning after they had taken over from Icon. It wasn't as if Vesta had been here for a year.
Okay.
It was happening during the entire transition.
Okay, but if we're right, as late as the holiday season, checks for employees couldn't be cashed. If we're right about that, if that's true, we hear now we're on a 10-day notice with a vendor, a major vendor. you've been looking for some financial information for a period of time that you haven't been able to get to reconcile some things. So we're still experiencing the same financial issues, maybe in a different format that was alluded to in this letter that went out. And that letter went out when?
May.
May. So June, July, August, September, October, November, December, 8 months.
Yes.
So for 8 months, we're still confronting the same issues.
No, different issues.
Well, different issues, but in the same financial realm, so to speak. No?
There's some reporting issues. Again, I've only been on the board a short time, but since I've been on the board, one issue came up with reports, the year-end reports, where supposedly the River Club was running a significant deficit. Well, I was shown the reports. It was clear that the reports were incorrect. It was just a formula errors. Even though the general manager was told the reports are right, don't worry about it. When I went to Rudy, Rudy followed up on it, the reports were wrong. And they got corrected.
But could you just expand on that a little bit? Because we're not talking about $20. We're talking about
80,000.
Talking about $180,000 deficit became a
$100,000 surplus.
$100,000.
And Denise was right, correct? Yeah, Denise was right. She was presenting along to us that those reports weren't accurate. There was actually a surplus.
Well, because part of her review was, hey, you ran a huge deficit.
Right.
And again, I don't want to get into personnel specifics.
Right.
But from a financial reporting standpoint, it was so obvious. I mean, in 30 seconds, I said, well, here's the problem. And I think once Rudy explained the problem to his financial team, it got corrected. The current issue I have actually, I went to Denise and said, can you explain to me why we've got this particular negative variance on the November year-to-date financial statements? She said, I have the same question, and I've been trying to get an answer, and they keep telling me they're correct. And she shared some information with me, the reports. I spent a lot of time going through the reports and trying to reconcile to the P&L, and I couldn't. So I finally went to Rudy, and he was kind enough to, appropriately get me in touch with financial people. I've been going back and forth. They send me additional reports that may be correct, but they don't make any sense to me because they don't explain anything. And then I'm told, well, they're correct because Roy made an agreement, and I'm assuming he made it with Rich, but
Rich doesn't make agreements.
But I don't think so.
Yeah,
Because then I went back and read the contract and said any change in the billing terms have to be approved by the district. Well, the district is either the board or Rich, and I don't think Rich made any new agreement. So
I didn't make any new agreement.
We're still trying to get at the bottom. We will get at the bottom. And maybe they're right. I just don't know. And if they are right, we have a $50,000 problem versus the budget for the year. And if they're wrong, they've been wrong since day one, going back into last year, because I looked at last year and they were kind of building the same way. So this is not a new methodology. I just don't understand the methodology. So we'll get that sorted out.
And I'll say.
But I think in terms of Vesta as a management company, I think they are trying. I think they're doing some good things. It's sort of if you get a needs improvement review, you've got time to fix it. So maybe we need to send them another letter saying, these are some additional things that come up. Let's work to get them changed and see where we go. I mean, they've hired a tennis pro who sounds like he's bringing some great, change can be a good thing. My club up north, we had the same golf pro for forever. And a lot of people were frustrated with him. And they finally made a change, and lo and behold, great things are happening. Not because you happen to know him, Ernest.
He was my pro.
Coincidentally.
He was my pro too.
But, new people, I've read things where in clubs especially, after 5-7 years, people get stale. And you need to bring in some new creative thinking. So that's not a bad thing.
I am not opposed to any of them.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, let's give them, I'm willing to give them time to continue this process and see what happens. Now, if they've got, frankly, what makes me a little nervous is the point that was made about if they have their own internal financial issues that are causing some of these things to happen with vendors or checks or however, that's more disconcerting than anything else.
Well, when you say they have internal financial issues.
No, I don't know. I'm not saying it.
The money the vendors are being paid with is our money. We're providing it. They're just.
Well, I understand, but sometimes
fiduciary.
they've got they've got revenue coming in them as a company for utilization. It needs to be used in the proper way. So if there's anything going on that suggests, and I'm not suggesting it isn't, but why wouldn't our vendors be getting paid because it's our money?
Why wouldn't they be getting paid in a timely fashion?
Yeah, because it's our money that we
Where
have available.
where is the fault that's causing this to happen? Because we can't continue to have this happen.
Yeah.
Well, I think Rudy said he would check that out for us and let us know, correct?
That's correct.
Well, but Rudy's not an auditor. So I don't know how we get at the heart of, is there something behind cash flow issues? I have no idea. I'm not suggesting anything other than why wouldn't our vendors be getting paid on a timely basis? It's our own money.
Well, I think also at the very least, there ought to be a communication from this board to Vesta about the manner in which an employee was terminated. Not the reasons, but the manner. Why not? Why not? Do we all think it's acceptable to terminate somebody over the phone?
Well, we don't know all of the facts, first
Okay.
of all, okay?
Can we ask for the facts?
My concern is any employee, let's not even talk about this employee, okay? If you're saying that you think that an employee, for whatever reason, was from another club, okay, let's not talk about Venetian for a moment, was treated unfairly, okay? And then that employee decides that they want to bring some sort of litigation for being treated unfairly, you got Exhibit A.
So our chairman made an impassioned speech to us.
I think it's on the books that the chairman was unhappy about the way the termination occurred. And that's we've said our piece, so to speak. We're kind of re-saying the same thing over and over. I'm very, very concerned about talking about personnel issues in an open meeting. We don't do it.
Well, I don't.
We don't know all the facts.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe, again, put this employee aside for a moment. Maybe you've got an employee that's a danger to the community or, you know, something like that. I don't know the facts, so please don't take it as such here that I'm intimating anything, because I was not involved at all. But, you know, you've got someone who's, like I said, a danger, stealing, or who knows what.
Right.
I don't know, okay? You don't know the facts.
I'm not asking for the facts of
Right.
the dismissal.
Right.
I'm only talking about the manner in which
That's,
and that's not
I
your.
mean, it's up to the board, okay? It's not my decision.
Right.
I would not recommend sending a letter to that.
Yeah.
But that's up to you.
again,
Not on that subject, but the general subject of performance.
Oh, if you.
It's sort of like an annual performance
If you
review.
take issue with Vesta per se, okay, and you want to, just like we have done in the past, maybe, you know, in a little bit different manner, but if you want to express your displeasure with Vesta in terms of saying, you know, we'd like to see you do better on X, Y, Z, PDQ, whatever, okay, I certainly do not see any issues there. We've done it in the past. We can do it again. I don't have any objection there if that's what the board's direction is.
Regarding the financial issues
Definitely.
that we discussed. I think that should be in writing. I think it should be.
Yeah. Just
So.
performance-related
I think-
issues of the management company.
We have a contractual issue here, okay? It's coming up for renewal, okay?
I thought it was a 3-year contract with a 60-day termination
It is a
clause.
3-year contract with a 60-day.
So there's not a 1-year renewal, is there?
No, but it renewed, we'll go into our
Anniversary.
second year on on
March
March
1st
2nd.
was the effective date.
Right.
See if I can flip.
But then we still would have 60 days during that
Any
year.
time.
if we so.
Anytime,
Right.
anytime.
Yeah.
60 days. But I thought it was a 3-year agreement.
It is. It's a 3-year agreement. The first anniversary is March 2nd or 1st. So we enter the second year after that. But at any time, we have a 60-day
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. But Ernest is talking about a renewal.
No,
Okay, there's not a renewal date.
Let me just say, we need, whatever we do, I think it will carry more weight if we do it by way of motion. Okay, and do it, and serve notice on Vesta of our displeasure as expressed so far, and that if said does not turn around, then in 60 days, we will reassess or look at it again and take appropriate action.
Let me just back up for a second, so we're all on the same page.
Sure.
I found the provision on term. It says the initial effective date was March 1. Initial term of this agreement shall commence on the effective date, and unless sooner terminated, as herein provided, shall continue for a period ending February 29, 2024. So 3-year agreement.
Right.
After the initial term, unless either party has given 60 days prior written notice of its election to terminate this agreement during the initial or any subsequent term, this agreement shall automatically renew on a year-to-year basis. Going on, there is a second section 9.2 with termination, which gives us the right to terminate on 60 days notice at convenience.
At any time.
At any.
Right.
Any, okay.
Just so we all know what the ground rules.
Okay.
No, I'm aware of that. I think we should consider sending a letter dealing with the financial problems that we have experienced and a reason for why these things have happened and how we're going to be guaranteed that they're not going to happen again.
Rich, what another suggestion might be to use the opportunity as kind of a review of the first year.
Mhm.
To say, hey, here are the things that we think have gone well and we're pleased about. Here are the things that haven't gone so well and we're not so pleased about. So everything's on record. It's like an annual review, and ask for a response as to how the deficient areas are going to get corrected or looked at.
Okay.
That might be a way to approach it.
Sounds like you're asking for a performance review.
Yeah.
That they did already to so. The difference being it has to be public with us. Absolutely.
No, but there's,
So it should be.
there's things to compliment them about. There's things to be critical about.
I don't disagree with that.
So it's just a question of going on record with the things that we see as pros and as cons and asking for their response with
Yes.
regards to things
Right.
that we feel need to be addressed.
Can we put that in the form of a motion?
I'm sure we can.
Okay, go right ahead.
You what?
Okay, I'll make a motion that that the board.
Would you like it to come from me, from Belinda, from?
I think it
I think it should come from Rich.
It would, yeah, Andy would be better.
No, I don't think it's a legal letter. I think it
Well,
should come
no.
from Rich, just
The
as.
first one
district
came
manager.
from Andy. I think
Sorry.
this is a follow-up.
First one came from me with the input and insistence from Supervisor Bowman.
Right. I think we should go in that same direction. again.
So you and I will do.
If that's what the board wants. I'm
I
glad
think we should go in that same direction again.
I'll do whatever the board wants. My
good.
suggestion was not to make it a legal letter, but to make it more like we, the board, who are, their manager, if you would, are just giving an annual review of, here are the things that went well, here are the things that didn't go as well, and provide us some input as to how those things that didn't go well are going to get addressed. It's not illegal. The only concern about it coming from Andy is it sounds now like it's a legal thing.
Well, what's the problem with that?
I think it should
Wait,
come
I mean,
with input from, if it's from Ernest, with input from Ernest and what Andy heard today, I think the letter should come from Andy.
I'm sure Belinda's input will be necessary too, and I'm
Yeah,
sure,
the three of
I'm
us
sure,
can
I'm
collab.
sure that she provided input in the past too. Don't want to leave her out.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Then I'll make a motion that each of the board members and our Rosetta Management Company provide Andy with input to address an annual review of our Vesta Management Company for communication to Vesta.
And that information sent to Andy by the end of this week. So today's 24. What's Friday? 29?
Something like that.
That's fine. I have no objection. It certainly would welcome everybody's input. I do have to say, I would like to have one board member be like, I can't run it by everybody. So, while I would like everybody's input, I think it would be helpful for me, speaking personally, if we could have one board member, just like we did the last time, that agrees, okay, looks good, let it go.
Who was, and it was Ernest?
Ernest.
That's right. I used to
Okay,
do what's up.
Are you willing
I
to do
have no
that?
problem doing it.
Okay, let's do it that way.
Good man.
Okay?
I second.
Okay.
But certainly.
The ramblings of Mr. Schmaha.
But to Mr. Snod's point, if
Belinda will
anybody
put it
else
on the
has
whiteboard.
other input, I mean, yes, send it to me.
Yes.
Ernest and I will work together and produce a letter.
Okay, so we have a motion.
And a second.
Any other discussion?
Any further discussion?
Rick seconded it. You asking for discussion on the motion?
Yes. there's
Is there any
of the
discussion?
motion. Your motion was a letter to be sent to Vesta. All supervisors would provide input to, and Ernest would be the point person on this, providing the pros, cons, and asking for their response on remediation and actions.
Just a point of clarification. I'm assuming we won't see the final letter until it's sent out because we can't talk to one another.
Right.
So, go
We
ahead.
have to
Ernest.
trust.
So,
You do.
all right.
We'll have to trust that Ernest.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
The sunshine law again.
Yeah. So, and it's the intention that this letter will go out sometime next week.
Most likely.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Want to put the inspection, there's nobody from LMP, isn't there?
No, I typically put it on the agenda because, in case there are any issues that the board would like to address, but
Okay.
I reviewed it, I'm receiving constant communication from Sergio, and there are some proposals that I'm holding, that I'm waiting to have a discussion with Keith and Sergio and John on, but other than that, I didn't see anything major cause of concern. There were some concerns regarding the ornamental grasses that were listed there. They have to do a little bit better on the banks, on the trimming portion of it.
Mhm.
And fertilization set to take place. According to this, the St. Augustine turf will be fertilized in February, and the ornamentals also have to be fertilized.
There's also
I
something,
did sign off on the OTC injections because that did come in already, so the
Right,
injections are being done
Mhm.
on the pumps.
there's also something about adding some things on the circle outside the River Club. What's that?
We'll talk about that later.
Oh,
I think Rick is covering that.
okay.
Are you looking at 8?
Yeah, all right, well, fine.
There were 8 things in there about cul-de-sacs, and I'd like to kind of hold off on that. I'll
Okay.
talk about that a little later. And there were 2 proposals about cul-de-sacs. I'd like you to hold off on those also until I talk later.
Okay, fine.
And that's all I had on the field inspection report. The next item on the agenda would be the discussion regarding the proposed shopping center on Laurel Road.
I think a lot of that was covered earlier today, in terms of, what could happen. I think the POA is gonna take a role in this, and I think that's kind of the way it should go. Individually, we can certainly voice our opinions, but, Andy, do you see this as a CDD issue?
I don't. Question was asked of me by another board member. I do believe that if the board wants, I mean, it's your decision, but if the board wanted, I think that you could take a position. I think that you could write a letter or something along those lines if that was your choice. In terms of going all in and spending, thousands of dollars on attorneys and such, I think it's a role more suitable for the POA or perhaps your community association. And I say that because CDD, first of all, the special district is constrained by what the provisions in Chapter 190 are. We don't have home rule powers like a municipality or something like that. And secondly, our chief job is obviously to protect the assets of the community. And while you can make, a slight argument about the assets of the community, I think it's more of a property value type issue, which to me falls more in line with the charter charge of the POA or the community association. So
Okay.
that's how I arrive at my opinion. I'm glad to try and answer any questions.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
I have a couple comments. One regarding property values. If you looked at the minutes of the Strategic Direction Committee, and you look at the mission statement, and it's something to consider as that committee comes to the board. One of the things that's in there is part of our mission is to help maintain above market property values.
Mission accomplished.
There's more in the, there's more, there's more. I don't know if we're above market, but we're above where we used to be. But that's a factor. A second factor that I think we have to be aware of, not necessarily take a position because of it, but be aware of the implications of the traffic changes out front are likely to mean more people will be using the Citadella exit than ever before, because they're not going to want to go out and try to take a left. They'll go out the back and just come up to the light and take a left on Jacaranda. It may also ultimately lead to some demand for being able to enter that way. So you're not crossing over a 4-lane Laurel Road. That has cost implications to us if we have to start not necessarily manning a different gate, but put in a different kind of egress and entrance system. So there are implications. I'm not suggesting anything other than be aware that there's more to this than just, do we want a shopping center across the street? There are implications to us.
And again, I mean, it's board's decision, but I agree there's certainly implications. In terms of your comment about your charter and property values, I personally view that more as you want to make sure that the landscaping looks pretty and that the roads don't have huge potholes. And we're taking care of our infrastructure to make sure that we're making property values in the community as much as they can be.
That's POA. I'm suggesting.
Not the roads.
No, our internal roads are not POA.
Yes, that's what I mean. And that's the way I view the statement you made about your charter in terms of property values, is we want to make sure that we're taking care of our CDD infrastructure the best means possible in order to keep property values up. Obviously, if our internal roadways are full of potholes, it's going to affect the value of the home.
Right. So you don't think any external factor, regardless of what it is, that could affect our property values is anything we should be concerned about? Per the charter.
We can discuss it.
Okay. I think we have time.
I also think it's a little early.
Yeah.
I think when we fire our gun, whatever gun we're going to fire, that we should wait and see just how this is all going to play out a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, as we think about it, think more than just a building across the way.
No.
There are other implications.
No, the whole Citadella gate issue is a very good one to bring up. And that will affect our bottom line at some point. Yeah.
Good.
Big time, yeah.
You know, I've heard some comments that we don't want a Publix because we have so many Publix. Well, if it's a Trader Joe's or a Fresh Market or a Sprouts, we're gonna have more traffic out there than you ever want because everybody wants to go to those places. So I don't think that's a good solution to say, well, we'll take a Sprouts or a Trader Joe's. And the other thing is, come back here at night. It's dark. There's no light pollution. It's pretty nice coming here at night. That's going to be lit up like a Christmas ornament over there. So there's a lot of issues for us.
Yeah, but I agree. I agree. It's a lot of issues, and my concern also are the residents that live on Abilene, as well as Savannah. Okay, I noticed as I drive down, all of us drive down Jacaranda, those communities have walls, okay, to protect, to cut down on the sound and all. I'm concerned about our residents over there, the sound proliferation that will happen because of the four lanes, as well as the shopping mall. This impact fees could resolve a lot of these issues, okay? All the 4,000 homes he's building in this whole area, a lot of impact fees being paid. This all comes down to negotiations, okay? And I think we will be in a better position to negotiate what will improve the quality of life in our community once we see the final outline of what's going on over there. But we have to protect our residents that live on that side of this development.
For sure. Okay. Good.
Any other questions? We're going to move forward. Next item on the agenda is the appointment of the advisory committee members. Supervisors, I did send everyone.
Did we skip over the reserve committee RFP?
No, it's at the bottom.
That got moved.
So go further
Oh,
down.
I have the wrong agenda. All right, fine.
Put your glasses.
So I did send a PDF to all the supervisors of all of the intents that were received. Who wants to start first?
I'll go.
Okay.
Appointed to the Reserve Finance Committee.
Can we do them all at once rather than individually?
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Unless you'd rather go slower there.
Point of information? Is it not only the Reserve Finance Committee that has more applicants than there are openings?
I don't know.
No, I had
can't
two
speak for the other
for one.
There were 4 applicants for the Reserve Finance Committee. I'd like to appoint Fred Bauman, Baughman, as the replacing Ken Smaha. Social and Dining, we had 4 members who are whose terms are up. I'd like to appoint Linda Cotero, Cautero, Pat Jones, Kathy Thomaston. Those are all sitting members who have asked to come back again. And Diane Blaslamat, Bazlamit, as the 4th member of that committee. And once we have all of this done, could you send me the names so that I can make the adjustments in the newsletter? Thank you. Who's next?
For landscaping, I'd like to recommend Debbie Garricky to continue and Lynn Mattson as a new member.
Mr. Blanca?
For the Facilities Committee, members that would like to continue on are Mark Kissinger and Bob Raffato, and I would recommend that we we reappoint those two to the committee. And then for new members, we had two applicants, and I spoke to both of them over the last few days. Tim Carr and Lynn Cisco are two people that are interested, and I'd like to appoint them to the committee. That will still leave one vacancy on that committee.
Tim Carr, and what was the other name, Mr. Glenn?
Lynn Cisco, and I can pass these on to you.
I have them.
You have them, okay. So there's still one vacancy on that committee, and we don't have any other applicants.
Okay. I believe that's it. Are you, well, you have pool and fitness.
I have the pool and fitness committee. I have one vacancy. It's my intent to maintain all the current members on that committee. So, should I go through their names or?
One for the vacancy?
No. I'm actively seeking someone to replace the gentleman that retired.
Okay.
I may have that.
But you have which,
I thought there were two
there were,
applicants
I thought there were two applicants.
for pool.
Fitness.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the PDF was sent one.
Yeah, it came out, the one that came out on Thursday, I think.
Rex Rudy and Cindy
I've
Nizek.
read all this other, I can,
We can, I mean, we don't have to.
I can
If
wait.
you
I
if you
prefer
have
to
board
wait.
issues, but if you don't.
No, I prefer waiting until the next
Okay, you don't have to do it today.
meeting. Okay.
So for pool and fitness, so you're gonna reappoint everybody who, and you'll still have one position that you'll look to fill maybe next month.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I will reappoint everyone currently on my tennis committee. I have a vast reservoir of requests to be on it. And I would prefer that we wait until we have finality with the pickleball before appointing the final member.
Discussion?
Give me 1 second, I just want to double check something here. On Rapid Sports,
Racket Sports, I have Alan Lance, Mark Frankfurt, Jack Solinger, Pat Inch, Pam Perry, and
I don't
Son.
have any seats for 2022. Everybody's term expires in 2023 and 2024.
Okay, so I'm good,
So you're fine with
except for the
Rapid.
one. Okay.
Yes. And then pool and fitness, you do have two that have applied, and you can take a look at those.
Okay,
You can put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
I love it.
Ken, did you have something?
I just had a question for Rich. I know Fred Bauman, great guy, not so great golfer, but great guy.
He would disagree.
What I don't know, other than veteran, anything about his background,
Okay.
it wasn't in the application.
He has an MBA from University of Pittsburgh, certified public accountant since 1974. He was he worked for Equibank in Pittsburgh. He was the Service Center CFO for Baltimore Bank, which is a subsidiary of State Bank. He has worked for State Bank in a CFO position there in Baltimore.
Okay.
He was area controller for State Street Bank and Trust Company from 1994 to 96. Area controller for global financial markets from 96 to 97. From 97 to 2000, chief administrator and financial officer for the global financial market. And from 2000 to 2004, controller and chief accounting officer for State Street Corporation. He's also served as a volunteer treasurer for some committees, including a historical society, and he has worked with the Community Association as their treasurer, and he's acted as chairman of the Veterans Golf Event. over the years.
Well, then clearly, like me, that's why he's not a good golfer.
But other than that, what?
Great backup.
Other than that, he hasn't worked very much.
Thank you.
He'll be a nice addition to the community.
Any other questions? Okay, so if there are no further questions, we're looking for a motion to appoint the following committee members to the following advisory committees. Reserve Advisory Committee, Fred Ballman, replacing Ken. Social and Dining, Linda Cotero, Pat Jones, Kathy Thomaston, Diane Basilman. Landscaping, Debbie Garricky, and Lynn Matson. Facilities, Mark Kissinger, Bob Bufato, Tim Carr, and Lynn Cisco. Pool and Fitness, we're gonna maintain every current member, and then at the next meeting, you will come back with a recommendation if you've reviewed those. So we'll be looking for a motion to approve these
So moved.
appointments.
Second?
Second by Ken. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the welcome home sign at the entrance. Ernest, you asked us the last meeting for this to be
Put
added
it
to
on.
the
I've
agenda.
spoken about it several times before. I think as we see the future, when you come down a 4-lane highway on Laurel, past our Publix and all the other 2,000 homes, when you turn into the Venetian, would be quite a mentally feel-good sign if it said, welcome home.
I have an alternative.
Uh-oh.
Pardon me?
I have an alternative.
Go ahead.
I had spoken with Keith about this, and I don't know whether it's doable with the new gate operators. Doable?
Something I have to find out if we can put something on them. Maybe something can be engraved on them. You know, it says Venetian, welcome home, or. you
See,
know,
rather than,
Venetian, feel good.
Welcome home, Ernest.
I'll be
rather
using the
than
other
put
gate though.
up, rather than put up another signpost, which we had really made a concerted effort to reduce the number of signs, I thought we did have that plaque on the gate openers that said Venetian and all of that. Why not put it there? That it would.
On the
Great
RFP one.
idea.
Great
Yeah, it would achieve the purpose.
Yeah.
Well, it keeps
And
falling off, but other than that.
Well, they keep getting knocked off. I mean, the stop signs, nobody hit them. And then as soon as we put the Venetian up, they were.
Just send the bill to Supervisor Ernest.
so
I can text
love
it
your
up.
idea.
I'm just gonna offer
Much
that as an alternative. And we could put it on the Citadel, no, we only have an exit there, so we don't need it there. But we could
Thanks for leaving.
we could say goodbye.
No, you could do like.
Here's your hat, what's your hurry?
Yeah, why don't,
We could do that.
What would you like the sign to say on the entrance?
welcome
Welcome
home,
home.
Ernest Booker.
Okay.
Welcome home. But the question is, will the new gate opener maintain the weight of that?
I understand.
And if, how could it be made lighter if we use
Coroplast or something like those, yeah.
some very, very, very light material?
I could accept that.
I could.
And then someone mentioned Waterleaf today, and Waterleaf has their sign. As you leave, it says safe travels.
Oh, come on, guys.
No,
Come on.
you can put that on.
Don't let the
Citadel.
door hit you.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Check your gas
I
gauge.
can-
the
I
gate
can
hit you,
agree.
yes.
Chairman, I can agree to that.
Okay,
All right.
let's
Let's
look
move
into
on.
that.
Moving on.
So what?
Thank you,
are we
Ernest.
Voting on it or what?
Thank you for being flexible.
You
So
have,
are
Well,
we
we're gonna look
voting
into
on
you
it.
have a consensus.
He's gonna,
Can we vote on
Do you want to vote on
Well,
it? Well, we
have to.
we don't know if we can do it.
it? Yeah.
We don't know if we can do it. We
The
gotta
chair
check.
can
Back
approve
and see
it
if
anyway.
it doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll vote against it.
Okay.
Maybe.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is item number 5G, which is the review and consideration of the proposals received in response to the RFP for security patrol services. This is behind tab number 3 for your review.
oh, God.
So Victory did notify the district that they're no longer going to be servicing this area in Venice. When they provided us with a notice that their last day is going to be on January 31st. We did put this out for RFP as soon as we received the notification from Victory. Their intent was actually to have their last day be today. But I reached out to their CEO, I believe he is, and he agreed to maintain service until the 31st. So there were 5 proposals received. A 6th proposal came in on Saturday, was it Friday? It was Friday, late Friday, which didn't meet the RFP deadline. So I didn't really include it because this was already completed at that point. But not from I'm not sure who the vendor was. And they didn't follow any of the instructions on what we asked for. So, we did.
Well, that's a good
I like
start.
them already.
Yeah.
Let's hire right up our alley. Let's hire them.
So I did send the board a breakdown of all of the companies' billing rates, annual rates, just some information, important information that the board should be aware of. Big issue here is obviously cost. So the board should know that this is not uncommon as to security companies now coming back and asking for increases in rates because they are having issues with competitive rates for pay for staff because certain vendors and certain companies, for example, Chick-fil-A is hiring people at $15 an hour. So there are variables that the board needs to take into consideration. Now, I will tell you that your decision today will require a budget amendment, obviously, because we do not have the amount required for the remainder of the year. Our budget is $315,000 for the year. Year to date, our expense is $79,850. So we would have to actually, there will be $210,000 remaining for the year budget-wise. So we would have to.
Say that again, please.
$210,000 remaining from February to September 30th. So the board would need to take that into consideration when making a decision today.
We need about another $60,000.
Yeah, this is
going
not
with
something that we
the
can come
lowest.
back and say, oh, we can talk about this in February. No, we have notice. Their last day
Right,
will
I
be
understand
on
that.
the 31st.
Right.
And let me also add that security services is not something by statute that you're required to do a formal RFP for. Obviously, we did an RFP, but you also notice that we're not constrained by, like when we've done landscape in the past, we have evaluation criteria and we add up the numbers and things along those lines. That was not part of this process. So we have a little bit more flexibility here in terms of reviewing everything and deciding which direction you'd like to go. We're not scoring them, we're not adding up points like we've done on others.
I'm not sure if we still have any of the vendors in the room. Is there anybody? Ramco, we do have a representative from Ramco here. I'm not sure if the board wants to give him a few minutes.
Oh, for sure. If he waited through this, we all.
So we do have a representative from Ramco. I'm not sure if you want to approach or if you want to speak. Or if the board has specific questions for Ramco.
I have a correction to your spreadsheet.
It's a lot bigger than,
Which
there's
was-
more people.
which was extremely helpful. Under Wiser, the fuel fee, the $969.15 is per month.
That's their estimate.
Yeah,
So-
but it's 11,600 for the year.
I didn't include their fuel fee. At the bottom, if you see where it says fuel fee,
Yeah,
they say 969.15 estimate.
yeah,
So that's an estimate.
per month.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to the board about that. So I made notes specific to fuel fees because some of the vendors didn't specify whether or not they do have a fuel fee. And there were some listing of references. If you look at the Wiser proposal also, they would have to rent a vehicle because they wouldn't have a vehicle to begin services. So they would.
We've got this guy. Why don't we let him talk?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Did you have questions or did you want me to, I can give you a quick.
Why don't you give us a brief overview on your company?
Use
and
the-
then if
use the
they
mic
have
though, please.
Specific questions they can ask you.
Sending you this, push it to the left. There's nothing.
One, two. Okay, thank you for having me, board. Rosetta, I don't know if Augusta's here. And all of you, thank you for coming and not leaving early. I'm just gonna be quick because again, it's been a little while here. You've been here a long time. And I just want to tell you what we do a little bit different, a little bit better. And it is about the 4 principles of our company. Our company is based on four things and four things only, and it starts with customer service. And as I hear, I do understand what you've been through, what you're going through. I have been a director of operations for a large management company from Central Florida, from Tampa over to the East Coast. You did mention them, by the way. I know what that is to be like. I know what it is to be customer service, and I know what it's like to say, welcome home. And I do understand what it is to be the gate attendant or the roaming patrol. Sometimes this is the only person that your residents or your guests may have any interaction with, and we represent you as residents, you as a board, you as a community, and also the management. So I know what that's like to have to say welcome home, to have a smile on your face, and it's a lot to do with the way we hire. And the way we hire has to do with customer service, and we hire differently. We do ask questions like, do you understand the job? Do you understand what this entails? It's just not about opening a gate. It's about welcoming people home, welcoming them back, making sure that they're screening people that should not be in the community. It's a safety issue. It's not a security issue, it's a safety, a gate access issue. Do you understand that job? The second question would be, do you want to do that job? Do you want to do the duties that required to make sure that you are vetting the right people, that you're representing the community, representing the residents, representing the board and their wishes and their desires? Are you doing that? And then the third question, do we believe you? Do I believe that you want to do this? Do I believe that you can do this job? And we'll hire you, and that's how we start our process of training and customer service. The second principle of our business is communication. And I hear, every time I go to a meeting, a board meeting, I hear the communication is unfavorable or needs improvement. The communication that we have at Ramco does not just have to do with internally. It's not just talking to each other and training them on the protocols and the way the operation of the gate has to happen. It has to do with communicating to the board, to the management, and to the residents. How to be a good neighbor. What's the best way to get your guests into? How about your deliveries? Flowers, pool service, Amazon now. Do you know how the best way to get your guests in? We should be communicating that with. Communication is two-way. It's not only internal, it's with all of you. The third principle is consistency. This is a big deal for us. You have 168 hours a week of roaming patrol and gate access. You can't have one gentleman or one lady doing that every day. So you have to have 3 shifts, 3 different people, but we should all walk and talk the same way. We should be very consistent in the way we address our residents, our guests, our boards, our communication. Everybody should be speaking the same way. Communication and consistency, those are huge for us. They're huge, and we have to train them by hiring the right way. And then, of course, our fourth principle would be safety and security. I'm not going to go through that. That's what we do for a living. But those are the 4 things that make us better and different. And the way we hire, the way we start, and again, as we mentioned here before, it's difficult to hire today. Wawa starts at 15. Walmart starts at 20, and 90 days get 22. Well, yeah, that's why our rates are a little bit different. They're different than last year. They're different than 18 months ago. But I can assure you what we're doing to retain, train, and hire at the right pace, the right rate, and to make sure we represent you, we're doing it right with this rate today. I hope I don't lose a bid, basically because I'm a Bills fan and I had a big loss last night. Anybody Bills? No? Okay. I don't want to lose a bid because of price. One day we'll lose service. Prices, it's one of those things where you have to understand the culture. People leave businesses because of bad managers. Managers leave businesses because of bad leaders. And leaders leave businesses because of bad culture. We've got great pieces. And I don't want price to be the issue. Then again, I don't ever want to lose business because of service. And I promise you, that's what we won't lose a business by. Our service and our culture. We got it right. Now it's just a matter of hopefully you get it right with us. Did I take 3 minutes?
No,
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Welcome.
On your thing, we don't have any where you references?
They do, actually. They didn't put it on their bid sheet, but they included it here.
On the back.
So since it wasn't on the bid sheet, I didn't reference it.
Okay, I remember seeing that.
But Talus Park in Naples, which I'm familiar with, Pelican Landing, Eagle Community, that's in Orlando.
I forgot those, yeah.
Are there any here in the Venice area that you service?
Yeah, I don't have my glasses put back there, but we have 200 communities that we manage.
Wow.
We have 34 in your area. Lakewood Ranch to here. Is that fair? that area. And I can assure you, being the biggest, it's not the best. We're a family-owned community, we're a family-owned company. We don't act like one, but we are. But we have 34 places around you that we can pull from, again, if people have issues with illness or sickness or calling in. So again, we want to make sure that you understand, we're not huge. I mean, imagine the biggest ones in the world, the other universals of the world. You might be about this big. We're here, we're in town, we're local. We have 6 offices. 2 of them are around you, one of them being in Venetian. Sir.
I have 2 questions.
All right.
First is, what was your name again?
Nick Toscano.
Nick. The real question, one of the real questions. So, given where we are, why should we hire your firm versus replacing you with an automated system?
So eventually you might want to engage in that conversation if it's a budget issue. But I can assure you the deterrent of having somebody here live, there's a big difference. There's a big difference of having somebody here and saying there's going to be some unfavorable behavior coming around your community. And they say, you're the guy that's going to be robbing this place. Well, you got somebody in the Ramco uniform, looks like a shield. Are you going to go there with representation there, or are you going to check somebody else out? It's just the simple. It's, first of all, if you can afford it, it might be for you. A lot of communities can't afford it. Live gate attendance, live representation. Use it as a deterrent. Then, of course, in upper scale places, very much like the Venetian, you want to have that welcome home, welcome back, that greeting. So there's so many levels. We will bring peace to your community.
So are you a security company or a privacy company?
We are a private security company. So basically, we do commercial and we do residential, but 90% of our business is from the new developers in Florida, all over in 4 states.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
I knew the answer, I just wanted to hear it.
Oh, did I do it right?
Very good.
Okay. Anybody else, sir?
Yeah,
No?
I have no question.
If we get into a real budget crunch on this, is there potential savings in reducing the number of roving patrols?
That would be a question for you to answer, and my answer would absolutely will follow your direction.
I'm sorry?
The answer is for you to answer. Yes, we can reduce hours. I can't reduce the rate because I can't.
No, I wasn't asking that question.
Absolutely, we can do that, whatever you like. I gave you what was on the RFP. Whatever hours you want to tell us to do, we'll do it.
Right, oh, exactly.
Yeah.
It has to be that way, so we're comparing apples to apples. I understand that, but when we get to figuring out how we're gonna pay for this, if it's over what we have budgeted, that's one potential place where we might be able to have some significant savings.
Please let me help you with that. When you're ready to pull the trigger type of thing, let me help you with that. We want to be part of this. Again, I'm not a vendor. I don't sell one thing and leave here. I'm going to be a business partner, hopefully for a very long time. So I want to make sure that I'm helping you with the budget, helping you with the reserves.
So we could go into this with these numbers and then adjust them
by the hours
going forward.
Absolutely, 100%. I gave you a proposal when we come to the contract.
Right, no, I
And then, by
totally
the way,
understand.
Yes, sir. Let's adjust it in the middle of the year. I mean, if things aren't working, let's adjust it in the middle of the year. I have clauses in our documentation, in our service agreement. We can adjust. Again, we're a partner. We're just not going to do this once. And if you don't stick to the 168 a week, we're leaving? Absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll start on the right foot for sure.
Yeah.
Belinda, do we have an issue with a number of these regarding insurance coverage?
I have submitted our insurance with that.
Yeah, well,
There's no umbrella.
I didn't see umbrella in your proposal, but there's a few variances. I mean, if you look
A million?
I think it's trust security, their insurance is very low. The others are pretty standard except for their workers' compensation, which in some, because they didn't have other coverages, but umbrella insurance, Allied Barton had the highest umbrella policy. Are there
Is
any
that
more
something we
questions
require?
for Ramco before we go into further discussion?
Yes. Well, let me just follow up
Yeah.
on Ken's question. In the RFP,
We asked for a
we asked
certain
for,
amount.
right,
Right.
GL of $1 million, 5 million aggregate. Automobile, we asked for $1 million, comp $1 million, and a $5 million umbrella. So they're a little light on the GL if we're just talking about Ramco right now.
Yeah.
Right on the automobile, right on the comp, and there is no umbrella. Now, we have the right, it's what we asked for, okay? We have the right, we reserved it in the RFP to make any changes if we want, but it's up to you.
do you have questions for Renfro before we get into a discussion?
And let me ask a question if I could, because I've run into this in a few different of my districts, is that, do you have any problem with us preparing the contract? Obviously, you'd have to review it. I'm sure you'll probably have changes to it, but I've encountered some other vendors that are like, it's our contract or the highway.
Not at all. We have no issues with that. We're very, very familiar with the homeowner association, POA, all of their attorneys wanting to adjust. And as long as we're in line, and keep in mind, I believe once you see our agreement, you'll find that it's equally sided as opposed to the developer sided or things that you're used to in the past. So yes, I'm
Well, sure,
absolutely.
I would
100%.
expect to have some give and take, and
That's the teammate we're working with.
But I've had other vendors that are just like, nope, yeah, take it this way, and then it's a non-starter.
Yeah, for sure. We'll work with you on that for sure. No question.
And we are, of course, a CDD with public roadways, so we can't deny entry, we can control it.
And you don't carry umbrella insurance with any of your clients?
We don't, however, again, anything can be adjusted based on if your attorneys are telling you that and our attorney says we have to, otherwise, we'll figure out a way to work together. We're not going to not work together because I need no help.
Thank you so much, Mick. We really appreciate
Yeah.
you staying.
Thanks, Dick. Thanks for staying around.
I know they have my information, but you're the president, so I'm just going to give you one.
Yes.
It's nice to meet everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next time I'll bring lunch. I didn't realize how long you're going to give.
Thanks for being patient with us.
The truck's outside.
The lobster truck.
So just a note, supervisors, Victory did state that the district could retain through another company the existing staff members.
Right.
And I think some have expressed that they are going to stay, which we hope that they will stay, because obviously this will result in a pay increase for those staff members. Few things that we do need to discuss, not for this meeting, but maybe a future meeting, is reevaluating the patrol in general and some of the duties. Rick hit it on the head when he spoke about this, because I was reviewing some of the duties for the patrol, and a lot of these things are geared towards reporting back to the POA for fines or letters to be sent to homeowners, not necessarily district-related functions. So that there are things in this list. I'm not sure if everybody has seen it.
Excuse me, ladies, please.
I can ask Keith to circulate it to the board. I put it up here. I'm not sure where it went, but I actually highlighted several things going through it. And I don't know, Rick, if you've looked at it or if you
Yes, I have.
But, there's a lot of functions for the patrol that I think are not really CDD related. And at some point, the board is going to have a discussion as to whether or not you want to continue that. Trash cans being left out.
It's in every one of them.
Right.
There's several things on there that are not
The
really
speed
a
hawk.
CDD function. And, speaking about automated systems, we've talked about this in the past, and, Carl, God rest his soul, he actually brought it up at one point and we talked. But what I'm seeing now, and Andy can attest to this because we just finished a contract for one district where the night shift, the 11 to 7 shift is the only shift that is going automated, because this district analyzed how many people are coming in through the visitor site per night. And I asked Keith just for a couple of days. And in a few days, we don't have more than 20 people coming in through the guest side on that shift. So it is something to consider. You could have a potential savings that could help in the payment increase for the actual security services, but you do need to analyze these things and make a decision as a board as to whether or not these are options you want to consider.
Right.
And just, Ken and Ernest, you weren't here, but in 2019, I went to Envira, which is
I was here. I sat through those.
Okay, and the savings were negligible. The board at that time pretty much said, let's stay with the man gates.
I'm not in favor of it.
I don't know what they are now, the way things have gone in 2 years. But Envira, I think I pronounced it right, their costs were very high. And it was a continual monthly cost, et cetera. But those numbers may have changed. I'd be more than happy to do that again. Not happy, but I would be willing to investigate that again if that's what the board wants to look at.
I think at the time, the general public residents voices sounded like they really favored having a roving security.
I don't think there was any question,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
And part
I
of the
just wanted to
problem
hear what
is
he
at
had to say about
nighttime, when an automated system makes most sense at night, that's when we want the rover. So, because at least I think that's when people most want the rover because of the open garage doors
Right.
and, are the lights on the mailboxes and whatever. So there is an issue there of what, would we just have one person and he roves, those are all things we can investigate. But unfortunately, we're under the gun here to make some kind of decision now.
You also, in the future, you can discuss the seasonal officer, because that's an option. And so we have had the seasonal officer in the past, but Keith has come up with some pretty good ideas on maybe the rover during those times, helping out more at the guardhouse with the phones. Or you could look into a visitor management system where the homeowners can call in their visitors. So there's a lot of options out there that you can actually review to help in making the guardhouse an easier entry point where the guard doesn't have to be on the phone the entire time. Because I have one district where we just finished this project, this was lengthy for me, where they call into a phone number and they can call their guest and even issue their guest their visitor pass for how many days. So there's several options out
Yeah,
there
and
right
Lakewood
now.
Ranch, they just implemented a system where you can give your visitor a QR code. And so they can just
Scan
flash
it?
that and keep going. They don't even have to correspond with the person standing in the guard shack.
But then what's the current contract value?
Current contract value, it's exactly what it is, $315.
$315.
Mhm.
Okay.
And they had asked for a sizable increase, but it was brought down to 315. They wanted about 360,
Yes,
I believe,
Rick
right?
actually with Keith went back and
Right.
met with them last year, right after budget time. It was just,
And they reduced their ask at that point, but
And on Universal, is the 30 million and 10 million right on their?
it is, I double checked.
It is right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
They're
standard is,
billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar company.
yeah.
The only concern I had with Allied's proposal, which I mentioned to Ken when we were talking about the spreadsheet earlier before the meeting, their rates seem a little bit low. And what we would want is to have a discussion with the rep,
Yeah.
just to make sure that they're not gonna come back a month from now and say that they underbid
you're referring to their staff rates?
to their hourly and staff rates.
Well, if we were to go with them, it's a one-year contract and
30-day out,
30-day out on their side as well?
yes,
So if they,
Well, depending on what we negotiate.
what we negotiate.
right,
What do we know about them? I mean,
Well, we have Allied at a few districts. We just recently canceled them at one district. The board was just not satisfied with their services. But this is down in the Fort Myers area. So I think this area is serviced by a different branch office. Branch offices tend to be very different in the areas. So this team here, we do have Greyhawk Landing, which is one of my districts in Andy's district. We have them there. There's issues staff-wise,
Lakewood
but
Ranch
nothing we don't run into every day. So.
Have any of them said anything about the possibility of hiring any of our current employees?
They know that it's the district's intent to keep the staff. And just so that the board's aware, I did issue an amendment to the RFP when we issued it, notifying them that they have to be prepared to take over on the 31st of January. It's very tight given contract-wise, so I'm hoping that Andy can just hit the ground running with the agreement so that we can get it signed and get everything ready to go.
Okay.
So you like Ally?
I don't have a preference, to be honest.
any experience with Wiser?
No, but
I mean, they've got some high-end communities down
they
there.
do actually,
Fort
and
Myers,
I have to say, they bid on this one district where we were bidding, and their presentation, I was very impressed, but at the same time, their representatives are very responsive. So I don't have them at a current district, but if the board wouldn't have gone with the alternative, I think Wiser would have been the company they would have selected based on their proposal.
Well,
And everybody said, when I talked to them, that they would consider retaining the guys that are there.
Okay.
But I just told them, I said, but I'm not, we're not gonna force you to keep somebody that you don't feel, we're not gonna.
Right.
But please keep these people in mind.
And
They
I
were
think
all
you said-
very like, oh goodness, that's great,
Victory has no problem releasing them, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, we don't want to hamstring them, but at the same time, at least protect our people if we can help it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm assuming they're gonna need staff.
They're going to need them quick and people who know what they're doing. Yeah.
So Allied, how does Allied's,
Keep in mind that given that we're giving them such.
Speak up, please. I'm sorry.
Keep in mind that we're not giving them a lot of leeway because we are taking
Right.
into consideration that we're keeping staff. In the beginning, we might have some turnover staff-wise. So the board needs to be prepared for that. There might be turnover. in the
That's fine.
beginning.
if it's Allied, how does their pay scale compare to Victory's?
Victory, my understanding is the
Right here.
supervisor makes $13 an hour.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
So
No, we don't have Victory's.
that's what I understood. I'm not sure if that's really what he makes, but that's what I understood.
And
Okay,
and
right.
the other two,
I'm sorry?
the other two positions?
I don't know that. I don't have their exact pay rates.
I think what's quoted here at 16, 14, and 14 is higher than they're currently getting. I think
It is.
the supervisor is making $13.75.
13.
13, okay. So this is an increase across the board for their employees. And with the consideration of finances, Allied is the lowest bidder, and we can work with them and maybe reduce the amount of patrols or whatever to get that number down a little bit further. So my thought is that we should go with Allied.
I would second.
Yeah, I would support that too, but then I think we need a broader discussion
Oh, we got a lot of talk, a lot of discussion.
about,
About their duties and such?
about their duties and also.
I don't think we're gonna do it right now.
No,
Not now, not now.
But yes.
But then later on.
Who's gonna replace the welcome home sign?
Yeah, that's what I need. But, I hear this all the time about we're a private community with public streets.
Right.
Okay, I hear that all the time.
But we are.
I agree.
What did you say?
So
You hear,
we're a private community with public streets.
Yeah.
Okay. We also pay a substantial amount of taxes to the city of Venice. And for certain, I call it emergency services that we should get normally in our tax dollar. Police, fire, the library, or that's not emergency. But I don't think there's a great rate of return from what we get from the city of Venice. We should have minimally one police car ride through here at night, okay? And just to have, and not be forced to pay for that, as especially it should be part of their tour of duty. I know we did it. Rich has seen my other community, Llewellyn Park. I negotiated with the police department there. We were solely private, everything, but we paid a substantial amount of taxes. Those, and for what we get, there's no quid pro quo. We're not getting a fair rate of return. Again, they keep yelling, we have public streets, anybody can come through it. But the only time I see the police here are, of course, when the alarms go off or there's an accident and someone passes, they send 4 or 5 cars when someone dies. But again, we need to look at that and negotiate with the city, see what we can get.
We've had a lot of discussions about that. And there's a fair amount of the community, just so you know, who doesn't want this.
Well, that was more for traffic infractions, but what I remember the chief saying, even if we were to come in to make a run through the community, we're gonna have to ticket. And that was the hitch.
Or a teenager driving a
And
golf
realize,
Teenager in a golf
again,
cart. Yeah.
People
and
don't
realizing
decide.
that we have a perception, we live in a gated community. I happen to live in the oldest gate. And there's a perception that we have this gated security here. Now we're building a shopping mall across the street. Hello. Okay, we need at least a ride-through once a night or something, because the bad guys follow shopping malls. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
You follow what?
Follow shopping malls.
They are bad guys, they come, easy pickings, soft targets, we call
Okay. But getting back to
them. Right, no.
getting back to the issue with who we're gonna hire. I mentioned Allied, we have a second on that.
I second it.
I did.
I'll
Shall we vote?
Well, wait, I think we need to make sure that we've got the proper motion. So just, it would be a motion to authorize negotiation with Allied Universal and to give the chair the authority to execute a contract subject to staff approval. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Well said. I didn't see your lips move.
Okay, discussion. And what we're doing, like we did before, we're telling them we want to keep our employees that we currently have.
If they can.
That's in the RFP.
Yeah, okay, yeah, at least we put it in the RFP and stuff.
Anybody know people at Turtle Rock up the road here?
I know Greyhawk.
Yeah.
Belinda, you have experience with Allied, and it's been,
As I mentioned, Mr. Kleinbach, every experience is a little different depending on the district. We have them currently at Greyhawk Landing. They cover the guardhouse,
Yep.
the pool areas and the amenities there.
Yep.
And there hasn't been major issues there. You have your typical staff issues.
Right.
But nothing out of this world where we would be concerned.
all right.
Mhm.
So we're not
And they-
hearing anything negative about this company from any of the communities in the broader picture.
I think every company has its pros and its cons.
Right, exactly.
You know, so.
But you're not telling us stay away from them.
No, I'm not. They're a fairly large company
Okay.
and every branch is different.
Okay. There just seems to be hesitation in your voice.
No, my only hesitation was with the issue as it comes to the rate increases.
Yeah.
Which I think we'll bring to their attention as we discuss the agreement and they can execute it.
Are these franchises?
Huh.
I don't think-
Interesting
I
question.
don't believe so.
Were there 50 odd plus difference in price between the next bidder?
Right.
Allied typically does come in lower in some of the RFPs that I've seen.
Yeah. At Greyhawk, are they a manned front entrance?
Yes, and they also man the amenities.
Yeah.
So they're there to make sure that there's no issues on the amenity pool, on the
Really?
amenity deck.
It's a very young community. They've had young family community. They've had some problems with, kids jumping the fence and destroying the bathrooms and stuff like that. So they now have people who.
We don't have anybody who get over a fence.
Setting boardwalks on fire.
They also have reporting responsibilities through the patrol, but they also make sure that the fitness centers are open when they're supposed to be.
Okay. So after we vote, just a follow-up, I'm intrigued by the idea of perhaps lessening the patrols or the entrance that was talked about. That seems to me something worth pursuing.
Long discussion, but
Yeah,
something we can.
not
but just-
today.
We
but-
just can't do that today.
No,
Steve,
I'm not advocating today, but as we move
Revisit
forward.
their responsibilities.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's a good thing.
We still got 6 more items.
Yep, no, we're fine.
Okay, so I think we have a second. We have
You
had
have a
discussion.
motion, you have a second. Is there any other discussion?
Let's call it.
All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And we'll get to work.
The next item on the agenda is the final report related to the Benito and the roundabouts and consideration of the landscape advisory committee recommendation. Mr. McCafferty.
One for Belinda. Pass this.
you have an extra?
You have another one?
I don't think I do. Do I have another one?
I'll look on it.
Sorry, Andy. I just tried to do somewhat of a summary here. Obviously, the first part is the money we spent in last year's budget, which basically was for the removal, which totaled $11,374. Then this year, out of this year's budget, the sodding of the west side, the balance of the west side, the east side, and the roundabout. All of those things have been completed. All of those invoices have been paid. The budgeted reserve amounts when we first started the project for this year was $119,000. $100,000 from this year's reserve budget and $19,000 balance from the previous budget. We should have a balance of $50,887 for future landscaping projects. I just put a little bit in here about when the CDUE board approved the not to exceed for $65,000 for the sodding and $25,640 for the roundabout. The completed bids came in $34,000 under the not to exceed. But no, that's not in addition to what was up above, but it was just so you guys knew. We didn't get the final mulch bid. The mulch was a separate line item in the budget, but it appears we're going to be under in mulch too, but we won't know until we get that final invoice.
Great job.
Any questions on the Veneto project?
Good job. Great job. Well done.
Is it assumed that the balance of 50,000 is for additional landscaping projects?
I would hope so. That's where it's indicated in the reserve study. But that doesn't mean it couldn't be used elsewhere.
Rick, my question from earlier about something being put in at the roundabout outside the River Club entrance, what's that all about?
The well, the next thing I'm going to talk about is the River Club and the recommendations
Oh, it's
from the
number three.
landscape committee.
LMP to be adding a small amount of extra bow run, whatever that is, to the Foxtail Palms at the River Club entrance roundabout.
That's a fertilizer, I believe.
Okay, that's a fertilizer?
I believe so.
Okay, that makes sense then.
So any questions on Veneto? I got to say also, I think I've said it before, but Keith was tremendous in this whole project, especially dealing with the sodding issues, getting outside bids, getting LMP online and whatever. Did an awful lot of work. I think he thinks about the CDD money like it's his own, and he protects it, and he gets us the best bang for our buck. So thank you. You've been really good to work with.
Good job.
And we were both disappointed that it didn't go in before Christmas, but that, there were a lot of moving parts that caused that not to happen. Okay?
Okay.
Want to move on to the next item? Yep. At the last landscaping committee meeting, they made the following recommendations. The committee asked that the board approve LMP for a design for the River Club parking lot, entrance islands, and parkways, and as well as a design for the community cul-de-sacs. The committee voted, or would also recommend that we not use an architect on this project. The committee asked the board to allow these projects to begin in this year with the remaining money set aside for landscaping. I don't think we'll need all of it. I don't think it'll be that expensive, but it would be a removal of the junipers again that are coming in coming in here, the two islands that come in, the junipers that are on either side, most of which are half dead. And then LMP met with Keith and I. He's got a general idea, and then the parking lot. We left the River Club out because that's been done not too long ago. We left the tennis courts out because we don't know exactly what's going to happen with the pickleball, and it'll be kind of silly to put in it. And there is landscaping as part of pickleball. So the concentration was on the parking lot and the entranceway to the River Club.
How come we're not using the architect?
I guess our experience from Veneto, The architect, the third island as you come in is the architect's island, and tremendously, to me, and I think to the committee, overplanted. This, what LNP is thinking about for here is more like the first two islands when you come in, but with leaving, where we took out some trees in the first island, leaving the ligustrums and the palms, obviously, that are in there.
The committee is supporting that.
They did. We spent money on an architect that we didn't use, and so I think, and we could get an LNP plan. The committee doesn't like it, and we can always go back to the architect at a later date if the committee and then the board doesn't like what LNP comes up with. And a parking lot is a parking lot, it needs work, though.
Have you gotten a call from Truman Hennard about having the ACC meet with the landscape committee?
No, I have not.
He wants to do that. I had a conversation with Jerry Lewis from the POA, and he spoke about the CDD working with the POA on issues and that kind of thing. And one of the things he asked, and then I didn't know if it was possible, so I asked Andy, can the ACC meet with the landscape committee? Because, Truman has been helpful to you.
Oh, he was very helpful.
And
I don't know if the whole board knows, when we got the first bid from the landscape architect, the $200,000 bid, I met with Truman to try to find ways to cut that bid down to, more to our budget. And he was very helpful. So,
well, I asked Andy if that was possible, because do we have any sunshine law issues there? I said to him, I'm telling you this because my wife is on the ACC, and I know she can't be on a CDD committee. He said there's absolutely no conflict of interests on this in any way whatsoever. It would have to be, we'd have to notify that it's happening. But Truman is going to contact you and ask for that.
I'd have no problem with that. Okay. He's good. He's really good.
He does know his stuff.
So, okay. So, a couple proposals. What are your thoughts?
I'd like to see what the committee comes up with, and I'll let LMP give us a thought, let them give us a number, and, as I've said a number of times, as long as the committee is in favor of this, this is something that we should consider. I'm good with that.
Yeah, the cul-de-sacs are looking kind of bad.
Yeah, and the idea behind the cul-de-sac was to get one plan.
Right.
From
Simple.
LNP, and if we like LNP's fine. If we don't, the architect will give us one for $1,500. Okay, but let's see what LNP comes up with, and then that plan. And Keith is very concerned about this. That if we do some of the older cul-de-sacs are in terrible shape,
right,
and need to be done right away, and he's going to get bombarded. And what we'll have to do is a phased program,
right,
and maybe do them over a 5-year thing. And he can tell people, well, yours is due in 2024.
Well, we know that trucks back into the landscaping and the cul-de-sacs, and it's a mess.
And there's a strip of grass in every cul-de-sac
Yeah.
that is almost impossible to
Right.
maintain. So
That's a good plan.
yeah.
Okay.
So, and again, that'll all go through the committee first. The committee will send it to you guys, and the committee really understands that they recommend, that they're not voting on any final thing, that the recommendations come to you and you make the final decision.
Rick, is there gonna be any review irrigation-wise?
I'm sorry?
Irrigation-wise, is there gonna be any review because of the battery-operated controllers, which are?
I'm sorry, I
a
can't
big
hear you.
cost?
Irrigation.
Yeah, I heard irrigation, but I didn't hear the last part.
Are they gonna review the irrigation in the cul-de-sacs because of the battery-operated controllers? Maybe that's one of the reasons and the causes for some of the issues in the landscaping on some of these cul-de-sacs?
That has not come up, but that doesn't mean it won't. I would assume LNP would be, that'd be on their agenda, or their radar. Because they maintain those, so.
And they replace the batteries.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've seen the invoices for replacements of the controllers.
Okay.
We
All
have
right.
several.
Okay. We can let's put it this way, we'll make sure that's part of the discussion.
What other options does the district have there?
Because if you remember, that was a big thing with Veneto,
Right.
was what we ended up doing did not require a lot of extra irrigation. And that was a huge point with the landscape architect because of all the new plantings, all the new irrigation. So, You know, we're very cognizant of that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the
Here, Andy.
update regarding the Tiki Bar, Mr. Flyglass.
Bob. Andy, can I share some figures publicly? Okay. So let me bring you all up to speed as to where we are. Are you leaving, Mr. Chairman?
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. You want me to wait?
Well, do we just want to just take a break?
Why don't we take, yeah, it should be here. Let's take 2 minutes.
All right. We're gonna take a 2-minute break.
At the last meeting that one of our construction companies had given us a verbal price of $150,000. That was the company I was dealing with, and that was Karath Construction. Denise was dealing with CSI, and she had claimed that they gave a verbal to her of about 170,000. Since our last meeting, a team of myself, Keith Livermore, Barbara Fato, and Chris have met with our architect. We've met with both construction companies, and we've met with Fishman, our vendor for the equipment. We also have now in writing proposals from both construction companies. The $170,000 company is now at $214,900, and the $150,000 company is now at $173,000. Now, what's the reason for all of this? Inflation, what's going on in the industry, and getting this thing going. We also did a site visit on Friday where the three of us went over to Sarasota National because we've been struggling with the issue of the shutters.
To close off the bar?
To close
Or
off
the whole thing?
To close off the whole thing.
Okay.
And that's a pricey item. I'd like to hear some feedback from all of you. We're somewhat of the opinion that we can eliminate the shutter system and that we can lock up what needs to be locked up with the cabinet system. And to verify that, Sarasota National has no shutters. And we saw the locking system they used. And according to at least Bob, who's visited other places, the standard is not so much shutters. The shutter system causes lots of issues with maintenance of it, how it's going to operate, what it's going to look like. And while I was all in favor of it, I'm starting to think that it's a pricey expenditure that we may not have to do. The other part of it is Denise was intimately involved in the layout and the design of the new equipment. After going through it with Fishman, their price originally was about $50,000.
Right.
They're up. Their next quote to us is about $57,000, but we think there's some adjustments in there that we can make, such as eliminating a $4,000 refrigerator that we don't think we need, and a ice cream dipping station that we don't think we need, and we can replace that with some other things. So you've authorized $250,000, and we believe we're still below that substantially.
For now.
For now. So we also think that from talking with Fishman, 5-month lead time to get some equipment, just because that's what's going on. So we're anxious to move this thing along. Dave Humphrey has the 2 bid packages, and he's reviewing those for us to give us some opinions about that. There also are some things in the plans that we think we can modify to save some money. Not a lot of savings, but to save some money. So I think the big input that I'd like is your feelings about the shutter system. And I'm gonna ask for some forgiveness here. Bob, what did I miss?
Nothing. I think that's a pretty good recap, but to give you some scope, that shutter system is worth about $30,000, roughly, it could be more. And it does create issues in that it cuts off a lot of seating, and there are a lot of hours that pool bar is not in use. So think of it looking something like a Connex container or something, a metal wall out there where all the chairs are inside and kind of not usable. I think that's the only thing I would add.
So that would be replaced with a locking cabinets?
Well, the cabinets that, the big deal is the liquor, right? The hard liquor.
Right.
And the unit is called, what's where the liquor goes?
The speed racks.
The speed racks. They come with a cover. And Chris was with us out at, we ran out there on Friday afternoon late because we wanted to see it in person. And we saw it out there, and we had some questions with them about how they manage it. And they lock it up there, or they have a cart that sometimes they have to wheel inside. So we don't think that's an obstacle, and we're comfortable saying that the shutters are an expense that maybe we don't have to do.
I would just add to that, that the locking mechanism that is on the bottles, Chris, what'd you call that again?
It's a speed rack.
The speed rack.
where they-
We have 2 of those versus Sarasota National only having 1. So I don't think we would have to move liquor anywhere inside, because rolling that every night back into the building would be a problem. We can lock it in place. They come with very secure covers that are padlocked. And all the refrigerators, all the cabinetry can have locks added to them. And of course, we're gonna add probably more security cameras just to kind of follow that.
Okay. What about the tap beer? You have tap beer out there?
Yeah, then we'll tell you about that.
But your blenders and your other equipment and stuff like that, how do you lock that up? Where does that go? Every night you're taking down this $3,000 blender that you have on the counter, tucking it where? Some of it, yeah, it's great to try to save the $30,000 on the shutters. But in the same sense, you gotta look at operations and not just the liquor. The liquor, yeah, that's a big part. You can lock it all up, but everything else that has value out there for you guys that you're spending your hard-earned money on is now exposed to whoever wants to target that area at whatever time of night, because the pool pass opens up the gym area. You can get out to there, and if you have blenders and things sitting on the counter that maybe not be locked up.
That was the original concern.
Yeah.
Well,
And
equipment,
that's
bar
still
stools.
the type of concern that I have on top of the liquor. The liquor, yes, we can secure the liquor, but everything else.
Well, one of the other concerns for the shutters was rodents chewing into things. And remember, everything out there now is stainless steel or steel type products, so we don't think that's going to be an issue. So the discussion on the shutters is not closed yet, but it's a pricey item. And getting it to look decent, I'm not so sure we're going to like the appearance when it's all said and done.
Okay.
Important thing I didn't mention, I had a discussion with Belinda about who's going to manage this construction project. And we pointed to this fellow. That is not settled. Belinda and her team have been very kind. Keith has been with us at every meeting, and there's been substantial meetings over the last month with all these individuals. We're having a conference call yet this week to talk about what may be possible.
So just so that the board is aware, I did have a discussion with Mr. Kleinglass about this. You have an agreement with Vesta, who is your managing entity. And as part of the agreement, Vesta is responsible for maintenance, not maintenance management of your facilities and its improvements. So that includes the River Club facilities. That is not part of your current agreement with Rosetta. So I want to be sure that the board understands that, because there's a specific clause in your contract with Vesta that outlines the River Club facilities as their responsibility. So I am going to have a call with Mr. Kleinglass along with our team to discuss, if Rosetta were to have Keith do this, we would have a discussion about it, because we're not contracted to manage the River Club facilities.
Right.
We're contracted to manage the CDD, but the CDD areas that do not involve the River Club. We already have a managing company for that.
Okay. Well, if you're telling us it's going to cost us money, we probably don't have to have that conversation.
I'm not sure if it's a money conversation, Mr. Kleinglass. It's more, we're not contracted
Okay.
for it.
All right. Let's
So
have the
I think-
conversation.
I think Scott wants to understand the scope of
Okay.
and what the expectation is, and
Well-
what it would entail,
Yeah.
because we obviously don't want to take away from Keith's other responsibilities, because
Absolutely.
he also
Yeah,
has
right.
responsibilities that are related to areas that are not within the River Club facilities.
Well, the reason this came up was that Denise was going to manage it. Now with Denise gone and the uncertainty of what's going to happen out there, we started to look elsewhere. And we don't have an answer to this yet. I think that's one of our problems. The bigger deal is I do want to get these companies under contract, because the prices just keep going up.
Have you considered seeing if there's anybody in the community who was in the construction business who might act as
One of
a,
them, one of them is it.
who might act as a part-time,
Yeah, he means different.
Oh,
He means different.
okay.
Yeah.
as a product manager for a project that has a sunset?
Yeah. Well, the perfect guy, I think, would be Bob, but Bob's.
I'll volunteer. No.
Well, I would just say in that regard, as a resident, I'm under a different obligation. We employ people. And I was a big proponent of using Keith on the basis that many times, I've done, as you know, projects like this. That's where a lot of knowledge about construction is. It would never have been at the, what we call the GM level with Denise's capability. That would have been an incredible burden. It wasn't her competence. Construction. That's where people like Keith come in. I know we've got this unusual situation with all these management companies, but that's where we look. I was not interested because I'm not covered under insurance and all the different things. And I didn't want to be directing people on behalf of the board.
Right.
Because of course, individually I may go in a different direction.
Right.
As you all know.
Does Vesta have?
Well, we're gonna have that conversation.
Not in-house, but in our organization, we do have that capability. But certainly, we don't have that here in Venice.
No, I don't mean here. If that's part of your contract, I
Yeah,
assume you'd go to the
typically
right.
that would, we would leverage, whatever available resources we have locally. Our corporate establishment is in Jacksonville, so we'd have to see who would be, look at the scope of work, look at the timing, look at the availability of those people to be here when that project is taking place. There's a number of logistics involved.
Of course.
So, and I think to answer your question, we'll have that conversation.
Okay.
All right, so I think also, we've got a real good comfort level with Croft, the company we're gonna eventually go with. Eric's been out here numerous times, we've met with him. I think the consensus amongst the four of us has been, this is the company we want to use, not just because he's the lowest bidder, but he's really interested in wanting to see this project succeed. We also showed him the tennis pro shop area. He's given price on doing that. So I think we'll have hopefully a long-standing relationship with somebody like that, should we need something in the future.
You didn't answer about the tap beer?
Oh, the
How
tap
you
beer.
gonna secure
You unhook them and they lock.
Okay, because
Yeah,
teenagers will be on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So we asked that specific question. Yes, we asked that specific question at Sarasota National.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think we've got a few things to do here. We're waiting for Dave to come back to us. In the midst of all of this, Dave Humphrey's wife had COVID and his staff had COVID. So trying to get to him and get some things done was a problem. So what other questions or comments do everybody have?
Have they finalized the timeline?
Yes, we've had discussions with both companies about a timeline, and also a phasing of when does it make the most sense to do it? Should we wait till it gets a little slower here? That may be driven by the lead time on getting the equipment. That may resolve itself for us anyway. And the interesting thing is, when we asked the question why the prices went up on the equipment, it wasn't material, it was the gases associated with the refrigeration in particular. I will tell you, Fishman has been great. They've changed people, and there were 3 of them out here the other day trying to work with us. All right, so the next step is, and we've been in contact with Andy, he knows about writing the contract. When we're ready, he's ready to go.
And we did approve not to exceed 250.
Yep.
So we're good to go that way.
Okay.
Before the hospital does another wing.
Well, maybe not.
Before the
You never know.
anniversary of its
You never
opening.
know. You never know what's going to happen. All right, so let's go back to the shutters. Any any objection if we eliminate the shutters?
None whatsoever for me.
Okay, all right. Well, we still, I hear you, and so we'll have another discussion about how we operationalize that part. We're not dismissing it, but I'm just getting really cold feet about putting an enclosure out there that may be a waste of money.
Well, the combination of the cost and then what he mentioned about messing up your seating.
Yeah, and the maintenance of it.
Sounds like a win-win.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So we'll see. We're not done yet.
Maybe our roving security people can check a couple of times.
All right, that's my report.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so moving forward, we are on the 4-hour mark.
The shutter.
So I just want to remind everybody, but we do have several items to
Shutter,
cover
yes,
still.
yes, there's an
The next
erosion.
item on the agenda is the consideration of the RFP for the reserve study. This is behind tab number 4 for your review.
This comes from the Reserve Committee.
Yeah, David Jackson from my office was involved.
Yes.
With Larry and the committee.
These quotes and just pass them down.
And I
So-
assume they recommended it at their meeting.
Yes, they did. So
Those are my
with,
originals, so I need them back.
with information that the committee got from Andy, David was put in charge of this, and he put together this RFP. We looked at it at our last meeting, and we went over some of the dates. Here's, the goal is to get this done so that we'll have it in our hands prior to budget time. And I think we're fine on a timeline with it. So it's my intent today to present this to you in the hopes of getting you to agree to, getting the rest of the committee to agree, the board to agree to send this out. Doesn't cost us anything.
We've already run the advertisement, advising them that the RFP is available tomorrow after your approval today.
Okay.
So,
I had,
any questions about the RFP?
yeah, I had a couple. I thought in the pricing section, I don't know how you're gonna word it, but in 4B,
What page are you on, Steve?
I guess it's 21.
Pardon me?
I guess it's 21. I only printed out the Exhibit A. I'm on Exhibit A, Section 4 on pricing. It says annual price, if any, for the district use of software described in 2C. So we're asking for a price for this as opposed to including it in the scope of 2C?
The idea was to see if the software would remain available, so as we put in the pumps, for
Right.
example, we could update it ourselves.
I fully understand. And agree, we want that.
Yes.
All I'm trying to suggest is if we
Not
ask
included.
for it, they're gonna charge us for it. If it's included in the scope,
Yeah.
like they not throw it in.
That line can certainly be changed.
Or a version of it so that we get it in an Excel file and we can manage it ourselves going forward. They're probably not gonna wanna give us all their formulas and have us be able to access those formulas for free.
That's very possible.
But they might be willing to give us some kind of a spreadsheet system that we could then manage and update on our own. Because that dovetails into 4C. It wasn't clear to me what you're looking for in 4C.
Lump sum price, that one?
Yeah. For complete future review of the reports, reviewing replacement, it's like doing it over again.
Well, as with 4B, that can certainly be altered and say we want the software.
Well, they may want, my concern is they won't want to give you their proprietary software. So can we get some kind of an output in a way that has formulas in it that will allow us to sort of keep an ongoing update of it in between,
So the reason this has come to the board is for these kinds of questions to be asked. how can we word it to get that in? Because the goal is exactly as you described.
Yeah.
So we just need to word that, or I don't know, maybe Andy has a thought, or give the general idea to David and have him reword it.
I don't think David prepared the scope, I think Jerry did, right?
Well, he
David
may,
just
yeah,
prepared the
yes,
RFP
he did.
document.
So how can we change?
I'd have to, I didn't print the whole thing out. I have to go back and look at 2C, I guess. And I talked to Cheryl. I mean, we all want the same thing.
Yes.
I think we all understand.
2C just says provide software for the district's use that will allow the recalculation of tables contained in the report to be revised by district personnel on a continual basis. Entries to be revised include, but not necessarily limited to, actual projected replacement costs, useful life, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what 2C says. And if we take out the statement in,
I'm only saying annual price, if any, well, that opens the, clearly they're gonna put one in then.
yeah, all right, well, we, as I said,
Because you're allowing it.
we can,
They might not, I mean, they could think that, well, we want to be competitive, and that's, so we're not gonna charge for that. Because you do leave it open by saying, if any.
Yeah.
Lawyerese.
Well, just something to think about. Is there a way to include it in the scope of 2C so that they don't price it incrementally? It's a thought. And then I wasn't sure what you're looking for in 4C. Just lump sum price for complete future review.
I wasn't involved in this, but when I read it just now, it looks to me like that's for an update.
that's what it sounds like, yeah.
Every 3 years?
That's the way I'm reading it, but again, I wasn't involved in the drafting, so I don't know what the intent
That-
was, but I sort of read it as. a
I
price
think
for an
that
update.
that was the intent, so that we know what it's gonna cost, let's say, 3 years from now.
One time or every 3 years?
Well, future review of the report, so I guess we're talking about moving forward.
I don't know how they would price that. I mean, they're gonna give you a price for doing it again in 3 years now? Is that what you're asking for?
We have companies that do.
Yeah, I have
provide it.
seen reserve companies that say, this is our price, making this up,
Making it-
$1,000 now, then we'll do an update for $500 in 3 years.
Okay. Good.
I don't know, I mean, I've seen it. I don't know whether they'll be willing to do it, but I have seen it.
Yeah,
All right. It's worth, I guess it's worth asking then.
yeah, that doesn't sound unreasonable. to me.
Okay. I just wasn't sure what you were looking for.
So do you want to make?
Because it
a
says
change?
every 3 years.
Do you want to make a change in 2B? Or do you want to leave it as written? 'Cause it does say if any.
Well, I don't know, I hear what Ken is saying. Does it leave the door open for them to say, well, that's gonna cost you another amount? But
Is
We
it
don't have to
already
pay that
included?
other amount if we choose not to, right?
Right.
But the goal is to have that software available.
You want something that you can update yourself on a
Yes.
regular monthly basis.
Yes.
I don't know what it says in 2C, but maybe it could just be part of 2C.
Well, in 2C, all it's doing is asking for that.
Then if that's the case, then I would not put in 4B and let them come back to us and say,
2C says provide the software for the district to allow recalculation and all of that. We could eliminate, I'm sure, 4B entirely, because 2C is asking for that.
that's what I'm thinking.
So we can eliminate it.
You're inviting them to charge you more, see? That was my only concern.
So with that, was that your only?
Yeah.
I'm fine with,
Oh, yeah, no.
I'm fine with taking it out.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Okay. I think Ken's got a good point. On page 21, under pricing, if we eliminate 4B, because it's stated above in 2C that we want this software. In 4B, we're saying, is there a price for it? We want them to include it. Maybe there is a price for it, but include
Then I
it.
think that for A would say lump sum price for providing all items described in scope of services to A through to C. Right?
Yeah, that,
Isn't that what you're after?
yeah, is it only A through C in number 2? I gotta look.
4A is just for A and B, 2A and B.
Scope of services, 2, goes down through.
F.
Yeah, it goes down to F. Scope of services goes down through F.
About this, if the board's okay with it, since none of us prepared this scope, Jerry did, right? Why don't we just have Belinda convey the thought that we have and let Jerry.
I'm fine with
go
that.
The way he wants to do it.
I'm fine with that.
You do that?
And have him reword it as necessary.
Yeah.
Good? Okay.
Because again, as far as I know, we weren't involved, my office, or any of the board in preparing the scope. We prepared the RFP document.
Right.
Okay, so you can convey that to Jerry, he can make a change before it's pushed out to the vendor.
Okay.
Okay.
So we need a motion to approve it?
We do need a motion to approve the RF, staff proceeding with the RFP for reserve study, subject to the amendment to the scope discussed on the record.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
We move forward with business administration. The next item on the agenda is item number 6A, which is the consideration of the minutes of the Board of Supervisors meeting held on December 13, 2021. These are behind tab number 5 for review. Are there any questions, comments, and/or changes to the minutes as presented?
I have no changes.
If there are no changes, we'd be looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the operations and maintenance expenditures for the month of December 2021. These are behind tab number 6 for your review. The expenditures for the period of December 1st to 31st total $193,613.50. Sorry. Are there any questions regarding the expenditures?
Did we, I have, on the first page, we have $82.50 for Patty Petros company, firm, rather. I didn't recall using her at all.
She
Or just-
actually submitted all of her invoices late.
Oh.
So the prior month, if you saw the prior month batch,
Okay,
we had a batch of invoices received from her as well.
okay. The,
I have a question.
Sure.
Second page, no trespassing signs, cost us $660.
yeah, I thought the city was gonna dig down for that.
Well, they paid for the survey.
Oh.
And we're putting all the signs up
Okay.
down in that area, plus on the backside of the wetland down there up the river. We're putting 2 down there and I'll have part of that in my review here in a few minutes.
Okay. The cost of the phone at $290 compared to the I guess this is phone service in your offices, phone and internet service. Is that what that comes from? It's field manager's phone, $289.
Yeah, that would be my phone, Catherine's phone, down in her office.
Okay, because I was just taking a look at the, I guess, the $50 charge. Those are cell phones.
The $50 cell phone charge is Kate's cell phone.
That's Keith's cell phone. So this is internet service, yours, Catherine's phone and all that?
Well.
I'm wondering if.
Not her cell phone.
No. Her,
Why wouldn't they be part of the River Club?
just her desk phone. I'm wondering with the new Comcast package, if That's gonna save us some money there.
Well, I'll get with Jerry, Lewis and see if I can strangle him into.
Okay. And other than $3,000 in irrigation repairs, I'm fine.
I warned you.
Yes, you did.
Any other questions? There are no further questions, we put in for a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So moving on, we're going to move forward with the consent items. These are behind tab number 7 for your review. There's several sets of minutes there for your acceptance. The first one is facilities, November 1st and December 6th meetings. Landscaping, November 18th. Rapid sports, November 8th. Social and dining, November 10th. And strategic, December 7th and December 21st.
We can do them all in the aggregate.
None for the Reserve Finance Committee?
I got sent in, but it had to be sent back because it wasn't in a PDF, so it's been, not for this one, you'll have it on the next meeting.
You need a motion to accept?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Did the board have a chance to look at the minutes of the Strategic Direction Advisory Committee? And if so, did they have any questions, issues over the vision and mission statements that were drafted? I know they're not, it's not the final report, but I just, you know,
Okay, I did not look at it in depth.
just looking for some guidance to make sure we're not too far off mark, if at all.
Okay.
We didn't change them much actually from the prior ones, so I'm kind of assuming that they're gonna be okay. But as we go along, okay. Take that as a yes then.
Okay.
Well, like you had, on page 2, you had the question about, is there a process for sidewalks? And there is. You know, I don't know why.
No, I wasn't concerned about the discussion that we had. It was,
Oh, okay.
it was the actual vision and mission statements.
Oh, the real stuff.
Yeah.
No problem. Glad it's you and not me.
Any other questions? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to accept. There's no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to staff reports. Anything to report?
A couple items. One is just to update the board. The question was asked about the independent contractor agreements that the River Club has. I think it started with the tennis professional.
Yeah.
But it sort of morphed into the other independent contractors as well. So Rudy and Paul have been very helpful in sending me information. And Vesta does have independent contractor agreements with, like, say, the fitness instructor. And it does require that they, the instructor, maintain insurance and name the CDD as additional insured. I've seen 1 or 2 of the certificates, but Vesta's working to make sure that they're clarified because some of them weren't always correct. They might say Venetian River Club on them or Venetian Fitness Facility or something like that. They needed to say Venetian CDD. So we're just cleaning that up. So that's something, I've been keeping Supervisor Booker in the loop on it, but I just wanted to let you all know that we're looking at that issue. Second item is with regards to, you all received, including me, an email from Todd Meyer. I don't know if he's here today or not. I wouldn't recognize him.
No.
And I responded to Mr. Meyer that, you know, I take my direction from the board. And so I think he understood that. I have done just, you know, some initial research into it just to be prepared for any questions. From the research that we've done so far.
Just for review, if you'd like to see them.
I stand by my previous statements that they are a public record, absent some sort of exemption that might exist in statute. for instance, police officers, things along those lines. A lot of what he's quoting, he is confusing from HOA law. There is HOA law, which allows you to opt in and out of a directory and things along those lines. The one thing that I thought of just in thinking about the issue is that we could offer to take his name out of our database. We can't destroy it. So if someone said, give me a copy of the database from last year or from yesterday, it would be in there. But if someone said, give me a copy of the most up-to-date database,
Everybody got it.
it would not be in there. That's the one thing I thought if we could do. Other than that, you know, as I said, I could do further research if this board wants to direct me to. But from the limited amount that I've done so far, I stand by my previous response.
Well, this seems to be an issue with one individual, right? I mean, did you
As far as
brought
I
it to
know.
us?
As far as I know.
Yeah, I personally, I think you've done enough, but.
Well, in a conversation I had with Andy, this information is available in a variety of places. You know, the election committee has that. If you want to spend the time, you can go through the directory and create your own list there. You know, so I think Andy's suggestion, we can, if he wants, remove them. And that's fine, but we're obligated to provide that information if we're asked, and that's simply what it is. We're not an HOA.
Correct. We're a public entity, and as we've talked about before, I have a number of CDDs. They make a thoughtful decision about whether they want to have the information or not. Some say, I don't want it, I don't want to have everybody's information, and then they have a more difficult time communicating with their residents, which is okay. They might just post stuff on their website or whatever. Other communities want to have e-blast lists, knowing that it is, of course, potentially subject to public records requests. So it's just a concerted decision, thoughtful decision that you as a board need to make, and you've made it so far.
But can you as an individual opt out and have your name removed?
You can. That is what I said, is that I think that you can ask to have your name removed, but we can't destroy a record. So if it was in the list yesterday, okay, and someone says, give me a copy of the list from the beginning of time to today, they're going to have it. If someone just, a realtor or whomever, calls up and says, give me a copy of your most up-to-date list, it may not be in there. But we can't, like, this, he can't say, or anybody can't say, I want to be out, and then we go back and we rip it up. I mean, that's a public record. You can't destroy public record.
Previous public, okay.
Right.
Got it.
So with that said, I'm glad to answer any other questions anyone has.
Well, should we send him a notice asking if he wishes to opt out?
It's up to you guys.
Because,
Well, he may want an update on what happened at this meeting. You could say the board is, on a recommendation from you, the board has said to give him the option of opting out, and we'll remove his name.
I'll be glad to respond.
What do you think? This way he knows it was.
I agree with that. Do we need a motion
Right.
or something?
Okay, thanks,
Let's
Andy.
do that.
Okay, I will copy everyone, obviously.
Thank you.
All right, that's all I got.
Any questions for Andy?
Both left-handed, I didn't know
Chris?
that.
Wow.
That's why we have to seat them
Do
together.
you have anything to report? I know that,
I don't have anything to report. I do, we are trying to get this HVAC contract. That way we don't have a lot of unnecessary repairs, a little bit of extra money spent for service calls after hours. This would help mitigate some of those charges, just submit it for you guys.
So that's $1,300 a quarter? Is that what it?
$12.60 a quarter.
One of the items that's listed there under HVAC repairs is $10,800 for a water heater. That's not an HVAC item. That's maybe a plumbing item, but it's not. So I don't know if it's accurate to include that in the number. But I think we had previously spoken about 2 years ago getting a contract on the system, to mitigate the costs.
And I do have Air 360, Kevin's telephone number, if you want to call, see if there's any things that he wanted to add to it. But he says this system that you have here, they're very expensive, they're integrated systems. And to not have it under a contract of somebody that's a professional in the field taking care of it, just setting yourself up for more problems down the road.
No, I would agree with that from a homeowner's point of view, you know. The service contract would eliminate the service call fees.
In there, it reduces the guard time versus telling me it could be 3 days before they can get out here, so they do prioritize. us
4
a
hours
little bit more.
during the week, 8 hours on weekends
8 hours
guaranteed.
every night.
And it doesn't include parts and labor on anything, though, does it?
It doesn't include parts and labor, and it doesn't include the actual changing of the air filters either. It's
Okay.
just inspecting to make sure that our maintenance guy was doing the air filter.
Does it include any maintenance on the system?
It does include the drip lines,
Cleaning out the drip lines.
coils, making sure the proper drainage is going on, the drain lines, pretty much everything keeping the system going and
Kind of like your
operational.
home.
That's what I'm comparing it to, is the you know, what I have on the house. To me, it makes sense. I think we discussed it a couple of years ago. I thought we had put it in place. So I think it's something that my fellow supervisors should consider. What do you think?
The annual price is $5,000?
$5,040 yearly. They do have a $1,500 retainer. I'm sure that just sits in there for.
And that's the only price we got?
It's the only quote we got. It's the guy that's been working on our systems regularly. He said that this contract actually should go up by 2/3.
Of course.
Because everything right now is more.
Everything's
But
going
he quoted us this a few months back. It just never got presented, so he wants to honor his quote.
If I may inject, I've worked with Kevin for
Yeah,
many
he's
years.
done a nice job for us.
And he is a stand-up. His company is family owned and ran by him and his son. And he's a stand-up guy, and he knows the business. So
Okay. We've had a much better association with him than we had with the previous company that was here, and all the problems that came from that.
And he's actually helped me out a couple times to where we lost air here during the larger events, and he didn't have people. He came himself 1 or 2 times. So I feel really strongly with this company. That's probably the best one. I could get more quotes for the board if you guys would like.
Do we have $55,000
On the River Club budget?
for this maintenance contract? Yeah.
Let me open up their, let me open up the, I think they have one line item, I'm not sure, for equipment maintenance.
Yeah, it said 55,000.
No.
Yeah, there's one line item for repairs and maintenance equipment, and then there's another line item for maintenance contract.
Okay.
So there's a maintenance contract line item, and there's a building maintenance line item too. I'm not sure where this expenditure they were quoted to, but the building maintenance is $21,100 a year. Maintenance contract, $79,075 a year, and repairs and maintenance equipment, $45,200 a year. And repairs and maintenance equipment, slightly over budget by $6,000, and building maintenance, $12,000. But keep in mind that we're fairly newly into the year, so that doesn't mean that that's how you'll end up at year. But I don't see a specific line item for HVAC.
Well, I think we should certainly have the equipment covered. It is problematic from time to time, and just simply by having the semi-annual service on it may save us a great deal in repairs.
And I did call Kevin himself and talk to him, and he said he couldn't give me the exact number, but he said that it was over 10,000 already. since October.
Hmm.
And
You can spend it
repair
on right now.
calls and everything, getting these guys out here to work on these systems. And the new systems that you have here in the bar and the dining room, that requires a licensed contractor to get up there and flip them from cooling to heating, things like that, because you just can't go over to the thermostat and say, turn it to heat. They have to get up in there and change wires around.
That doesn't make any sense. I know that came up before, and I disagreed with it then. It didn't make sense that it couldn't be on a thermostat in some fashion, but, I'm not an HVAC guy.
It just seems like you're gonna spend this one way or another.
We are, so I'll make a motion that we accept the contract from Audit 360.
Second.
Second.
I saw Ken first. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Chris, did you have anything else?
That's all I have at this time.
Any questions for Chris?
Thank you, Chris.
Maybe just to follow up, Chef's last day is this week.
He actually extended his notice with me one more week, so his last day is 10th. The 10th is his last day.
10th of February. So are we searching, hunting? What are we doing?
Vesta has an ad out. Rudy's been taking the lead on that, of trying to get a chef candidate here, so I've let him speak on it.
Yeah, we have a chef, a new chef. He's going through the onboarding process. And we also have a new sous chef, because that position was also vacant. So we're able to have a seamless transition from Tim to the new group, once they go through the background screening. And that's the last step in this process.
So it'll be a seamless, we're not going to have to cancel things.
I'm not troubled by that. I don't see any concerns with that at this time. We did have a recent interruption to service because of COVID-related items, but in terms of personnel, that's not a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Keith, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, I got about 27 things I need to bring up with everybody.
You go right ahead.
No. I know y'all want to get out of here. Just real quick, down there by the park where we've been, with the no trespassing signs and those type of things. They're metal signs. They're made to last forever. We're going to be getting some poles and putting more signs up. I had some where people have been going in and out from the park there. We had it planted with some pretty heavy stuff and when we were down there watering it, Dan came walking out and he was all scratched up. So
good.
It's not good to be the new employee.
No, get in there, Dan. So he was fighting with an alligator on his way out. So I hopefully that being, the lowest cost, because we really can't go in there and put a fence. It's just, we'd have to cut down a lot of the vegetation that's already there to get a fence up and then replant it again, let it grow. So I don't think the residents would be real happy with that at all. Okay, so we're trying the least expensive, and that's putting a whole bunch of plants in there, and hopefully that detains and keeps people from going in there.
Okay.
As you all can see, the gates, the arms and all that, that's happening. All right, they're putting new loops in. There's lots of stuff happening up there. I will find out about the welcome home signs, and we'll see how that goes. And the judge just gave me a look, and so but that's going on. Other than that,
Keith, what about the repair of the pavers? Because I assume they're not done.
they're not done.
Okay.
They're not even close to being done.
But they know that the way it is right now, like the exit lane
Oh, yeah,
is
yeah.
unacceptable.
No, it's swooped and
Okay.
They've got a long way to go yet of replacing all that. So, I do have phone calls in to, getting, I did check with somebody the other day and a Zoom meeting with them about, a new computer program up there at the gate entry system, right, that we can gently move people into the direction of, calling in, those type of things, have them using their phones to have people, send, their guests codes when they come in, and it can just be done when they come in. It's not going to be issues, but it can be phased in, rather than just go, here it is. And I think that would be a mistake doing it that way. But, it can be, we can have as much or as little of it as we want. All right, it can have the virtual guard at night. All right, so it's, Belinda and I'll be talking more and more about that as we get closer to those type of avenues of what, y'all want us to do. So, but other than that, it's a beautiful day, and I got lobster outside.
Thank you.
Any questions for Keith?
Keith, we're strictly exploring the welcome home sign, correct?
Hey.
Well, I'm asking.
I don't have an opinion there. Whatever you guys want me to do,
Well,
I'll do. It just seems like when we put something on those signs, on those gates, it's like a target, and people want to hit it, except for the stop sign.
Yeah.
I've been through quite a few of those Venetian signs. Now, these new gates, I don't know if any other weight on there can be added on there.
Okay.
But I will have an answer for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Talking about signs, every time I pull up once a week, they have something advertised. This week is friendly snakes or something else. And then a prohibition for welcome home. I mean, you allow all the other.
We're looking
Okay,
into,
guys.
I think we're looking into a reasonable alternative.
Okay.
Any other questions for Keith? No?
Keep up the good work.
On my end, I will announce the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors is scheduled to be held on Monday, February 14th, Valentine's Day, at 9:30 a.m. I did provide the board with a district management report. It outlines the November financial statements. There's a few things I did want to notify the board of. The expert site visit. Tanya Nash is coming from Asphalt Testing Solutions. She'll be visiting the district on February 8th. I think everybody heard Rick mention that earlier. I'm not sure if everybody knows that is associated with the hydraulic fields. We did receive a witness list that both Rich and I have to work on for the district. Rich, I'm not sure if you saw that from Mark Hansen.
Something has come in
Okay.
from him, yes.
So we have to submit that back. Does the board want to have a shared meeting with the attorney? I didn't really see clear direction there on a shade meeting with Mark Hansen.
Well, I think it was Ken that wanted to get filled in on things. And Rick can certainly fill him in on that stuff. Jerry Jasper can fill him in. I don't know if we need to spend hourly fees for Mark to do it, unless Ken's not satisfied or needs to know more information, in which case you could call him if you had additional questions or something like that. But Rick has, and he can send you a binder with 125 pages of all that has occurred since February of 2017, when we first started experiencing spills on the street, which we are still experiencing. Okay?
New ones all the time.
I'm sorry?
New ones all the time. There's a
Yes,
big
as
one now
recently
in
as
Cesaro.
last week.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, which one is the one, you can almost follow a trail of one recently?
The one that coming off of Laurel Road, coming all the way in.
Yeah, comes in
going
hard.
up, that was someone that was being chased by the police, and
Unbelievable.
so, yeah, we've had some of that removed at the residents' expense.
Oh, good.
Not related to the situation with the city, totally different situation.
I did include a copy for the board to review the quarterly website audit update. It's just informative for your information. They found no issues with the website. It's ADA compliant as it's required to be. That's behind tab number 10. And then I did receive a request from a homeowner because of growing COVID concerns as to whether or not the district is going to come back to holding some sort of a Zoom meeting. The meeting is being broadcast by YouTube, but there is not a Zoom participation. We've talked about it in the past as to how difficult it is, especially when it comes to public comment and being in person here. And the technology is not the best. So I wanted to let the board know because most likely this homeowner will be sending the board a request to hold meetings via Zoom.
Belinda, do you have a Zoom account?
I do, for Rosetta, I do.
That has one, okay.
So
We
you've
were
had one
holding-
request?
Just one request. We were holding, when the governor's executive order was in place, all of our meetings were held via Zoom. But we don't have the executive order in place anymore. Our meetings have to be in person. This is just for people who don't want to be in large settings and don't want to attend in person, that would prefer attending via Zoom. But it is being broadcast on YouTube.
The
Show
thing
her a
that,
picture of the audience.
the thing that pushes this over is that the POA, which follows different rules than we do, they're conducting all their meetings on Zoom. So that, but
Yeah, the governor does not allow, we need to have we need to have a quorum of your board, which is three people physically present.
we
The
have
other two
different,
could appear, but
we have different requirements here.
this is Florida.
And that's all I had. Any questions for me? All right, supervisor requests or comments? Are there any supervisor requests or comments?
I have a couple of things. The POA has requested that we have somebody on, speaking of Zoom, on the Zoom meeting on February 2nd. And do we have a volunteer that will attend that on February 2nd?
Is just to be there?
Yeah, that's all.
What time
Just
is the
be
meeting?
on the call. It's 1 o'clock, I think.
What day of the week is it?
February 2nd is is it a Tuesday?
All right, I'll do it.
Thank you.
February 2?
February 2nd. Check on the time. I believe it's 1 o'clock.
I'll send Bill a note.
Okay.
I'll take it.
This is their regular meeting?
Yeah, their monthly meeting. See, we had a calendar of people who were going to do this. It got somewhat interrupted, but I think at the next meeting, I'll pass that around again so that we can always have a representative there, as they do have here. Investments. This is the most recent investments with Fidelity. You just pass that around, make sure Belinda gets one. We had a reinvestment that took place in January. We have about $400,000 invested with Fidelity in various ways. Previously, we had an investment at 0.10 for the $250,000 invested. That has now been reinvested at 0.15 in a 90-day CD with BFC Bank, and the maturity date on that is April 18th. So on January 18th, that was rolled over. Additionally, we had another, in that same account, we had another about $38,000, and I put that in a 6-month CD with Goldman Sachs at the same rate, 0.15. So that maturity date is July 12th. The other $112,000 almost remains liquid for us. So those accounts are indicated on that sheet that I handed out. Any questions on that? At all? And that's it. Thank you.
Any other supervisor requests or comments?
Well, okay. What I would like, Mr. Chairman, you to consider is possibly having more workshop meetings, maybe once a month or so, in which we could communicate with each other under relaxed rules. And I think we would improve our, communications as well as accomplishing things at subsequent meetings. This is a perfect example. We had one meeting.
Can you speak up a little, please?
I said, I think it would help us accomplish more goals, and it would improve the delivery of services that we are obligated to do to the community. If we had workshops and then once a month at least, and a meeting.
You're talking about workshops with the POA or something like that?
No, without just us.
We already have 2 meetings a month.
No,
We should have 2 meetings a month. This
We should have
this
2
is
meetings a
ridiculous.
Well, it's-
workshops.
This is nap
No
time.
one, no one anticipated all that happened.
I understand.
It didn't-
I
it
understand.
did. However, it did happen, and there are,
No, but what I'm saying, in workshops, we're not under the same stringent sunshine laws. We can,
You are.
Yeah,
well,
well, I mean,
we
well,
can communicate.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
taking any formal action. You could have a workshop if you wanted. It's another opportunity to get together. And then, maybe have one workshop and one meeting. There are different combinations. I have some boards that have a workshop where they discuss everything, and then the meeting is just 10 minutes because it's just boom, boom, boom on the voting. Doesn't necessarily, shorten your time frame. There's many different ways to do it. Most of my boards, most of them only meet once a month.
Right.
You guys meet twice a month. I have some that meet for a workshop and a meeting. There's different ways to do it.
well, how about if, because I don't think anybody wants to continue discussing this at the 11th hour, but how about if we have it at the February 14th meeting, structure of future CDD meetings? And we can spend some time talking about it, what we want to do.
Good, yeah, okay.
Okay?
Sure. No, great. Then another issue I think we should explore, again, I keep going back to public streets and private streets and all. I've seen some gated communities collaborate with the cities, their city, in helping to secure certain services, like say asphalt or something major, and using the buying power of the city to accomplish that, save substantial monies. Something that we should consider doing.
Well, you're on which board with the city? You're on,
Well, I'm on the charter.
on the charter.
Yeah.
Can you get us some information about that?
No, I can't do it in that capacity. I doubt it. It's
We
just some.
can, there are certain rules that have to take a look at it, but there are instances when we can piggyback.
Yeah.
There's requirements, and I'm thinking back that, it has to have been, I don't know, state contract or put out certain parameters, et cetera, in order for the CDD to avail itself. But there are some limited opportunities where we can potentially piggyback.
And you could sustain substantial reductions in costs. I say that because I know where I live, we needed all the streets paved and all. And the cost was just ridiculous if we went out by ourselves. So we compelled the city to use their buying power and purchase the product for us, then we applied it. So it's just something to think about. Again, our return on the investments for our taxes is not equal for what we get, our return. And we need to, just think about it.
Okay, I have no expertise in that area whatsoever. But if there's a way that we can find out what services are available to us, I'm certainly in favor of it. Who would we ask?
Rick.
Rick?
Mhm. Asphalt's number one.
All right.
And that's why
Then at the next meeting, we will ask him exactly that.
Okay.
And maybe send him why don't you send him an email ahead of time saying that we're going to ask you to,
Sure, okay.
be prepared to talk about this at the next meeting so that he's got an opportunity to do a little research.
You want me or Andy?
Man, whatever.
Ernest, why don't you send it?
I'll send it.
Okay.
I think we're lucky to
shared
the city.
service.
If they do it for one community, they gotta do it for everybody.
City's not gonna be interested
Do you have any
in
other,
that kind of
No,
business.
I have nothing else.
any other supervisor requests or comments?
I move we adjourn.
It is 2:30 PM.
Oh,
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Is there a second? Please.
Do we get?
Second. Belinda,
My battery's dead. I have.
Belinda, are there 2 meetings in February?
Yes.